Hopefully everyone is adequately fed and caffeinated and ready for another good day of deep conversations around community goals. One thing that happened as we were adjourning yesterday is Eric Wallace came for public invited to be heard, and we had just adjourned. So I promised him, he had it already written out, so I promised him that I would read you his public invite to be heard. Mary, you're welcome to time me if you'd like. And he asked me to, he asked me to read it in his voice.
Oh.
And I felt like I need a foot also of height, but I also feel like that could be disastrous, so I'll stay on the ground. But so I promised him that I would read that for you first thing. So here's Eric's testimony. Eric Wallace, 339 Pratt Street. As a father, I want three things of my offspring to be able to afford to live in Longmont. Let's provide the housing supply and types of homes needed to meet demand. I'm the employer of 60 people, half of whom live out of county. The farther they commute to afford to live, the shorter their tenure is, and the less viable is my business. I would like as many of my people that so desire to be able to afford to live in Longmont. I am the co-chair of Prosper Longmont. We encourage you to continue to streamline the approval process for a wide variety of homes, make infill developments easier to build, and consider other innovative ways of reducing the costs of for-purchase homes that our local workforce can afford. Building equity in the home builds sustainability and resilience for residents within a community. As a board member of the Longmont EDP, a group dedicated to Longmont employers and citizens that volunteer their time and invest their own money alongside that of the city to realize the Advanced Longmont 2.0, the sister plan to our strategic comp plan, Envision Longmont, I encourage you to embrace our approach of collective impact and the realization of the goals laid out in the comp plans. These plans are serious and well thought out documents that lay collectively developed vision for our future of our city. Tens of thousands of hours of people time from throughout the community were involved in writing these plans. We all need to stay focused on the strategic plans over an extended period of time in order to realize the vision of the community through your election has tasks with you with realizing. We are your partners in this endeavor. As a cyclist and a climate change believer, I encourage you to continue to invest in bike infrastructure and bikeability, walkability, and prioritize denser mixed-use development along primary transit corridors within the areas of redevelopment. The only way that we are going to make bikes and transit a more realistic alternative to cars is to internationally build our city in a way that prioritizes multimodal transit and gives people a convenient option to get from where they are to where they want to be safely and in a reasonable amount of time. Neighborhoods in development and redevelopment areas need to be built with walkability, bikeability, primary needs, proximity, and availability, and access to transit in the forefront. The way to developing successful transit systems is to put enough potential riders and amenities close to the stops of the system to make the system financially viable. Towns our size have done this all over the world. They are far more mixed use and densely built. We have way too much asphalt. Our current zoning laws in the county are frequently the downstream result of racist and economically discriminatory policies from decades ago. We need to consciously build more diversity into our neighborhoods and cities, mixing housing types, businesses, and gathering spaces that increase social cohesion and foster inclusion and diversity throughout the city. Longmont is a fortunate beneficiary of the excellent resources and infrastructure passed down from our forefathers. We are poised to build our community for the future and ensure future generations harvest the fruits of a collective vision that we can put into effect now. Okay, I will give this to City Clerk Quintana. Keep it for her record. Okay, well with that speech, that's kind of a good way to get started, because today we're going to be talking about the goals that you discussed yesterday, kind of helping to try to work through what does success look like, and then we'll dive a little deeper into some specific topics around some of the environmental roadmaps and a couple of other questions that you all have that we'll dive into. So, oops, that's not a presentation. Started there. And that is the plan for today. Just as a reminder, a couple things. There you go. So you have a little homework yesterday, and that was to take a look at the city's accomplishments in the areas of influence from the 2020 work plan developed in 2018. And to take a look and see all the great stuff that has happened. And I sort of hate to negate the opportunity to celebrate those things, but my guess is that as you read through them yesterday, you probably had a smile on your face recognizing exactly how far we have come over the last 4 years. So I think that's great. We're going to talk about the vision this morning, start with the vision conversation, move into some of those goals around the focus areas you discussed yesterday. Then we'll start to talk a little bit about the roadmaps, the environmental roadmaps. And then at noon, exciting, we're going to give away a fire truck. So that's going to be fun. The Sister Cities folks will be here and we'll be able to, I'm not sure whether we're going to wave goodbye. I might just go around the circle because then they're going to stay for lunch. But nonetheless, we're still going to give them Fire Engine 8 at noon today to our Sister Cities in Ciudad Guzman, followed by a lunch where our Sister Cities folks are going to join us. And then we'll wrap up any elements of the work planning that we haven't done at that point. So that's the plan for today. So do you want to get started on the vision?
So we left off yesterday, as we said, we wanted you all to look at the council vision that you all established in 2020. And really, this is more for you all to discuss amongst each other is this still your vision? If it's not your vision, what do you want to change? And just really, this sets the basis for where we're going to go in the next parts of the conversation. So I will turn it over to you all in terms of starting with the vision for people.
Maybe we start with the people vision. Are there pieces that are missing? And I think what I'll do is come out of presentation mode so that if there's some notes that you guys would like to make.
I was just going to comment that 20 years probably needs to be a year. Because otherwise every year it's going to say 20 years.
Yes, and the other one says in 2040. Not sure how we ended up that way.
Yeah.
I was there for it, I remember, but
40 from probably.
So I remember in 2000, Dad, I was on, I think on his own, Dad invited me to a 2020 Vision 2020, and it was designed to have those conversations of what the city is looking like. And then, of course, you know, as we get a little closer to that, we recalibrate. Every year, I think, you know, based on what Harold was saying in regards to the fact that he's only had a year and a half of times that we didn't have some sort of major event happening since his tenure being here in the city. It is important to always, and this is why this situation of us coming together in a retreat is so important, because we need these opportunities to recalibrate, to and talk about what is working, what's not working, and not continue. I mean, it's one of the critical components of our community. But I think you know, that vision statement there is a good one, because it encompasses some of the things that our community is really anticipating moving towards.
it's a very aspirational. There are so many things that can be done. Would you like for me to add in 2040 so that we are kind of consistent with what that goal is? Let's go ahead and talk about the places. Yeah, Mark, Mary, did you want to add something to this?
Well, I was just thinking that regardless of what year council looks at that, it would still be 20 years from that date. So we could go back and say, change what it is that we want that vision to be based upon where we are technically, environmentally, but it would be 20 years from whatever year you are.
But does that not push it out? Doesn't that keep saying in 20 years, so you never get there? If it's always 20 years out, then it's not finite. And
well, it's just a thought, and that's why I was thinking that maybe we actually achieve what's in our vision today, so they might change what they are looking at for their vision. Just a thought.
Susie and then Marcia.
Do visions typically have a year on them? So rather than saying we strive for Longmont to be the world's greatest vision, or Longmont strives to be the world's greatest vision.
I would argue that that's more standard for a vision. Yeah, because then it's your goals that have time that are time.
Exactly.
Yeah, I just feel like then if all we're doing is just changing the date, it just looks like we're kicking the can down the road.
Exactly.
So,
Marcia?
I was about to say almost the same thing, and because It is a goal that you never reach. Your demographics change, the expectations for standard of living change, hopefully increase. What if we said increasingly Longmont becomes? And then we're always trying to get better.
I like that. I like when you change it to extent.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense because for some people that vision may be true today. And so the concept is to work towards making that true for everybody.
I really think 2020 thing was all about having, clear vision ahead of time for that was 20 years. It was not anything to do with the 20-year vision of Longmont so much as it had a nice play on words about having a clear vision.
What about places?
Well, before we go off of that, just,
Yes, sorry.
in my mind, a vision statement, a vision is a description of a future state, right? So tagging it a year on it for me is not a problem. It is, because that's whether it's fully realized or not. But I don't buy the idea that you never achieve your vision. It might get clearer and clearer as you go along. But if a vision, and I don't think we ever discussed a criteria or definition for vision, and I'm not suggesting we do that. Just my mindset is what we're doing right now is describing a future state that we intend to achieve, and then we talk about goals and objectives to get us there. So.
Yes, yep. That's my understanding of vision as well.
So strive to, for me,
Strive.
isn't it's not vision statement.
Because the vision is that Longmont is this.
Yeah.
Go ahead and take a read one more time and see if you're comfortable with it.
I like this. Just take the years off and time frames off.
I have to say, as a city staff person, this is such a beautiful vision because then it's such a North Star for us around what we're trying to do in the world.
Well, and, when we talked about core services, how this applies to core services for us is really important because even as we look at core services, we're referring to, or I refer to this vision to go, is what we're doing in this core service moving us in the direction of this vision? And if it's not, then maybe we need to relook at how we're approaching our core service so that it is a contributing factor to the vision. So you see it play both ways, not only in your goals, but what we do on a daily basis.
To make that feel a little more inclusive, would it be helpful to say we're all people? Because I'm thinking about putting on that equity and inclusion lens. How to make sure it feels that way?
As opposed to everyone.
That all people. All people. Does it feel more inclusive to add that word?
Rather than everyone.
Yes.
Or where all people have access.
Have.
I'm sorry, or somewhere in there. I just feel like
All people have access.
yes,
You need the will.
I gotcha, right here.
there are
All people will have access to food, shelter, and everyone has the opportunity to thrive.
because it's really about housing for all. I'm trying to think about how does that appear.
And what I heard Susie say was, do we need the word will?
Because we went from, in 20 years, this will happen to where the state of being is current.
Do have, yeah.
Well, people just have access. That's more definitive.
Not for places.
Where they go.
Places. Everyone's good with the.
I like it.
You're gonna do a fist to 5?
The what?
You're gonna do fist to 5.
Fist to 5?
No
Oh,
good.
5.
Love it. Right, or whatever in between.
Everyone okay? Everyone good?
I think places need a year, because those are specifics.
We do have some more specific things in the places section, that's for sure.
And to Susie's point, maybe is that Longmont has a developed.
We're not there yet.
Or has developed.
Yeah, it has developed,
Main Street from
Or-
Pike to 66.
You got it,
Will.
Will.
Thank you. Develop to Main Street from Pike to 66.
I want something in there about transportation. Recorded inspections.
Don't put 15 minutes in.
But what?
There's a group of people who think that this is an authoritarian plot, the 15-minute city.
Oh, to be able to get across the city in 15 minutes.
So just don't use that keyword.
I did get across the city. It's a trigger. That's this morning.
No, it's not about getting across, it's about creating neighborhoods that are walkable, bikeable. Right, you're never more than 15 minutes from walking from whatever you need to live your life.
Right.
That's the,
That's the.
you haven't been reading those emails?
I have not seen any of that. Yes, okay.
Yeah, we've had a bunch of them.
Is it sort of accessibility in a sense? Because that worked in a lot of things, but stretches.
So what I heard that from Dr. Cog is that we were talking about transit, either regional or that the 15-minute, so what's it called? 15 minutes you only have to wait for transit. That's the way Dr. Cog was.
Gotcha.
So you're not sitting at a bus stop for half an hour.
Does it make sense to add transportation here at the beginning? And Mary, tell me a little bit more about what you're thinking with respect to transportation. What is your vision in that arena?
My vision is that we have, I'm trying to get that into the mindset of everybody, that transportation, as we are building our cities, we need to have that a goal in places that we have transportation for everybody. I don't know how to say it.
I think it would fit in better around the quality of life sentence.
So you do?
Well, transportation, like reliable
Yes.
transportation system or something along, or robust transportation. Because I think that's more in the quality of life section of the places.
Okay.
That's where it would fit in, at least as I read it.
The way the UN defines it is that you are within 15 minutes, even though we shouldn't say 15 minutes. But we-
Close proximity.
access or proximity to all of life's activities without the requirement that you own a personal vehicle.
Walkable proximity, something.
I think that may be too narrow when you take that, because when you look at a transportation system that supports that, when we think about the First and Main Transit Center, which really is the hub in Kaufman, that is, I think if you just focus on that, it sort of is diving down a level. And how do you stay up high to look
Can
at
we
the
say a
bars?
transportation system that supports our quality of life? Does that make sense?
Transportation options instead of system, because system is not necessarily prescriptive. That's prescriptive, that's right.
What about
Multimodal, there you go.
I think mobility is in there, because that really addresses people at all stages.
That's right.
Opportunity for access as opposed to just transportation.
And multimodal also is prescriptive in its way.
Right.
Take out transportation.
Take out transportation, that's not mobility options.
Yeah, mobility by itself is not, mobility options.
Or alternative mobility,
I'm not sure that you even need the access piece to it, because the idea is that you have it, right?
Mhm.
So therefore you have the
Yeah.
access. Longmont's quality of life includes mobility options and sustains both.
No.
They added that sentence, so I was read a little more.
And, yes, and sustains.
Yeah. Enjoys 100%
Or
renewable
sustainable mobility options and renewable, some way.
We enjoy the renewable energy because we aren't
Because
subject.
it keeps you fast, personal fast.
Yeah.
And
Air clean and all that.
You know, and as I think about our conversation on Vision Zero and where we're going, maybe it's Longmont's quality of life includes mobility options, safe mobility options that not necessarily balance, because Vision Zero is putting pedestrians and bicyclists at a higher priority than cars, but bringing some lane, maybe Joe, in your first bill, can help with how we say safe mobility options that prioritizes pedestrians, bicyclists.
That can get into some of the goal pieces.
Yeah, I'm just trying
The
to
point is
figure.
to have the mobility options, right? Okay, so help me with the climate piece of it. So Longmont's quality of life includes safe mobility options and enjoys 100% renewable power. There's so much more to the climate sustainability conversation, so, but the end of this sentence doesn't catch it, so.
Why is it respecting as opposed to addressing?
That's what I'm looking for, help me.
Because yeah, you respect the natural environment up here, but you address climate, that makes sense.
Or you could say something along the lines of advancing climate initiatives or different ways to look at it.
Too much?
There you go. That sounds good.
Because
Yeah,
you
that
continue
covers
to continually be
environment.
shifting based on what you see in the data, right?
So do you think that covers environmental as well? Okay, great.
Natural environment.
So what are the taglines
Already
for
have
those
those
two
things.
vision statements?
What are the
Taglines, there are a lot of words in
words in there?
Get us a tagline for both of them. Not right now, but.
You know, certainly when I'm lobbying on your behalf, oftentimes, you know, the big topics that I'm talking about for folks, you know, that this council is very focused on transportation, they're very focused on, you know, environmental issues, but sustainability and the whole piece of it, right? So sustainability has three pieces to it. There's environmental, there's social, and then there's economic. And it's the balance of those things that makes it what it is, as opposed to just climate change.
Right.
But I think it was important to you all to put that renewable energy goal right in the vision, because that was such a big sweeping thing that changed the whole region actually.
Yes. And I don't want to upset this apple cart because I'm really happy with what we've got here. But economic sustainability is not mentioned, and it's something we have to defend every day, because a lot of people, when they don't like something that the city is doing, we're doing it for economic sustainability, and that's not in their mental calculations. So as we message, I'd like to make sure that economic sustainability is, it's core. It's part of the core, and nobody realizes that.
Well, that's what pays for all of this.
Yes.
Exactly. So can you put like the last little paragraph there, Longmont's quality of life and economic stability includes sustainability options. Does that make sense?
I like economic stability.
Yeah, stability.
Stability or vitality?
But, yeah, that's a good
Vitality
word.
is better.
Yeah, that's a better word.
And should that be the first sentence that's a little more global, and then you talk more specifically about what you're done?
Oh, that's a good idea, because we're starting out with.
Yeah.
It's very specific, so maybe you need to talk about,
Yes.
It's really more, the last sentence is more aspirational and the
Yes.
first sentence is more
Yeah.
specific, so.
Now you just need a space. There you go.
Not there.
Not
There we go.
I have a question on Longmont has developed Main Street.
Yeah.
In my mind, I don't know what that really means, develop. I mean, I came up with the word vibrant, inviting, living, community corridor, just to throw out some ideas. The word develop, when I got down, it is development on both sides. I don't think that's what's meant.
Well, I think that's the shift from we'll do this to what we want to see in the world, David. I think that's a great catch. So I think if we change that to say, Longmont has
And I
a
like how you
vibrant
put
Main
A,
Street from
yeah.
Pike to 66. a river corridor that stretches from Sugar Mill to Fairgrounds.
We have vibrant in there twice.
Yeah, and that feels like it's sort of a dangling modifier over here. I don't know what that's really talking about as a vibrant economic residential. You know what I'm saying? If you read it, it's not super clear.
But it's vibrant economic residential cultural entertainment epicenter. Isn't it?
But it should be a river corridor as an economic blah, 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 that stretches. I think it's, the modifier's in the wrong place, is my opinion.
Well, in fact, it works better without the word at all, and then you can have it
Yeah.
for Main Street.
Yes. I think that's true too.
Yeah, that's good.
How are we doing?
So stuff has fallen, did you?
Yeah, something doesn't.
Promotes quality of life, and economic vitality, with safe mobility options, and enjoys 100% renewable power while addressing the effects of climate change over time.
Transition from to the fairgrounds as an economic.
Main Street from Pike to 66, and a river corridor that stretches from Sugar Mill to the fairgrounds. That is, does that make sense?
That
is
form,
an economic, residential, cultural, and entertainment epicenter. And I don't know that we need this modifier here either. Sustainable.
Do we need economic, in the Sugar Mill part, do we need to say economic again, since it's up at the top?
No, because you've already said that you're going to include that in everything you're looking at. It's a residential, cultural, and entertainment epicenter. I love that, by the way. It's very easy to, you know, attach to that as a city staff talking about this epicenter.
I guess I'm wondering why we would have to remind people that it's Longmont the second time in that vision statement. Longmont's
be there,
quality of
yeah,
life,
say.
and we say again, Longmont has a, like,
Let's
You just say we.
yeah.
We have.
We have.
We have a vibrant Main Street.
or there is, because I don't have a vibrant.
I think we just should change it and say y'all.
Yeah.
Now you're talking.
What's your, it's.
She does no problem with that.
Felt great to me.
Y'all.
I'm feeling sort of surrounded actually right here.
I also use the terms key nodes as opposed to all of Main Street, all of Bedford, all of Fairgrounds, like, maybe there's a way to be specific about the, you know, every stretch of Main Street isn't going to be the same, but how do you know what the key nodes are that are key to transportation, facilitation, all the things people want in Roswell.
Can we use the word build?
Don't you still want to keep Main
How do
Street,
you-
just say a vibrant Main Street and a river corridor, so you're talking about vibrant river corridor and Main Street. But that's more
It
specific.
isn't necessary to delineate the boundaries specific, like road to 66.
Yeah, the idea is that all of it east and west.
So Mark just came up and asked whether Fairgrounds is the end, or is it further than that? Further than Fairgrounds, is it all the way to Airport Road? That's not where the Steve plan goes, but
Well, all the way to airport may not be,
developable.
developable. Yes.
So I'm sorry, I got a little lost in there. What other changes would you like to see?
I was just wondering if it was necessary to delineate the boundaries,
Oh, I see.
because then you're not talking about from Sugar Mill Fairgrounds or Sugar Mill Airport, you're just saying the river corridor, or you're just saying Main Street instead of needing Pike Road to 66.
And the river corridor currently is west of Holbrook.
that's right, the river corridor goes all the way
You
up
know,
to
'cause we go
Lyons.
along Golden Pond.
We have to stop at some
Developed
point.
nicely.
Oh.
So sort of filling in some of the blanks.
Well, maybe you could say our river corridor.
Was not focused with them. Give me just a second. Let me take out those qualifiers and see what you think. we take out the 2 qualifiers and then let's see.
Now you get rid of the comma, yeah.
And maybe it's there is, that's what you were saying about it?
Right, rather than we as a vision.
Or we, or,
Yeah.
And then I'm just looking at the sub-bullets from the previous initiatives, and I'm just gonna throw out a couple words that are also referenced, and that was about bringing together private industry and local government, nonprofits, institutions, blah, 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 for the best prepared workforce in the Western US. So that was part of places. I don't know if that's anything. And then of course references to the conference and performance center. So just a couple of things that aren't included in that were sub-bullets to places.
the performance center is, the entertainment
Oh,
episode.
sorry.
Sandy, something still doesn't quite
Something that-
read well.
Longmont's probably
It says the vibrant Main Street and a river corridor that is residential. It's sort of like you're describing Main Street River corridor as the residential cultural epicenter.
And I think our
Versus
environmentalists.
that and its communities.
I'm sorry, Mary, say that again?
I think that the environmentalists are not gonna like this at all when you put the river corridor in there as a residential cultural. Because they're going to say you're gonna build all of this on the river corridor. That's the way it's written.
So essentially said that before.
And we have these protections that are respecting the natural environment, you know, with our coach, you can't get close enough to the river to make a mess already.
Well, and maybe the place qualifiers help us with that. Maybe let me drop it back in and see what you think, because the other piece of it is that you're saying this is the piece we're focused on and not every bit of river, right? It is this plan that we're referring to, so let me pull that back in here. Maybe that's what helps,
I think you're right.
is because you're saying this is the focus, this place is the focus.
Yeah, you know, you can take out Pike and Highway 66, that they don't have to be perfectly symmetrical.
True.
Main Street is Main Street.
So, just a thought, that we're talking about a specific part in our places, going to make some kind of a statement about connecting neighborhoods to these places and to the corridors, because, or is this?
Is that the idea of the mobility options?
Well, that, it's a question, does this belong in places, or is there another part? Mainly because, isn't this what Envision Longmont is telling us, that we need to connect? Or am I taking it too far, too deep?
My personal opinion is that we don't want to get too prescriptive in this, you just need a hook to hang everything on. And then the other things, like the nature of the transit, can go into the work items that, you know, that flesh it out and make it buildable as opposed to aspirational. I love this. I think it's better than the previous one, but doesn't lose anything.
Certainly add some pieces. We could add the connected neighborhoods if we wanted to.
Because we have, you know, like the river corridors or someplace we can just put, connecting corridors, connecting neighborhood corridors, or, I don't know.
Connect our community is good, right where you put it, Sandy.
Oh, I didn't know that you could do
And she just did it.
It just happened to just hear hair over my ear.
Oh.
Dear Jody, you could say this. Oh, that'd be Sandy, write that down. Do you want community or neighborhood?
I think
Community is that.
yeah, because it connects our economic development corridor, our business areas, and our main street, and our neighborhoods. And I think if you just said residents, then
What is this?
Because I think that,
Comprehensive.
because I think that goes back when we look at the transportation piece and we kind of anchor on First and Main, Cochran Street, work we're trying to do on rails, looking at other transportation options, that really is about connecting our communities.
It doesn't sound right there though, when you have and enjoys. Would it be better is there's a vibrant Main Street and a river corridor that connects our community to
Or
while
using
connecting.
or,
While enjoying,
I don't know if options enjoy.
or maybe community period, we will enjoy. Or we enjoy. If we're putting-
Or 100%
They
renewable.
are definitely different, I mean, those are definitely different
Yeah,
concepts
they're
there.
different things.
Or it could say something like 100% renewable energy will power the community with constant consideration of climate change or something. I mean, there's other ways.
I don't know that it's a consideration, I mean, the plan is very active. I mean, I get what you're
Yeah.
saying
I
dramatically.
mean, there's
Prioritize.
Or how about of climate change over time, connecting our community to a vibrant Main Street and river corridor? Is that, is too wordy there?
So Longmont's quality of life and economic vitality includes safe mobility options that connect our community. We enjoy 100% renewable power while addressing the effects of climate change over time. There is a vibrant Main Street and river corridor that stretches from Sugar Mill to the Fairgrounds that is residential, cultural, and entertainment epicenter, sustainable, and respects the natural environment.
Okay, so
Which is,
But plus,
Which is sustainable.
yeah, that needs a verb. Or, yeah.
And then Valerie pointed out, we don't need to say our vision is, because it says work plan is the vision. City council vision.
Sorry, I'm a journalism degree, so I'm obnoxious.
I appreciate it. I'm feeling.
I love it.
sounds good.
But one question, very last, there, natural environment, and is there a difference between natural environment, you know, like the rivers and all that, and wildlife?
I think wildlife is
It's all I think it's all encompassing.
Yeah, I think so too, but I'm just,
We can't control
And
that.
prairie dogs.
This we have some ability to make happen. We can't, we have no, we have no control over records.
no,
Although we do have control over controlling them, in the sense that, if we create barriers to migration, that's controlling them. And respecting the natural environment means we don't create those barriers. In fact,
I think, for me, that's getting into operations.
well, no, I don't wanna say that, I'm just saying natural environment is enough.
It was just a
I
rhetorical
do think it
question.
includes life. To your question, John, I think it does include life. All right, I didn't say it. I like it.
Yeah, I like it.
It's good work.
So just to kind of give you a sense, the work that you all did in 2020 when you put this together, for those of you who were here, if you remember, I think it took us a couple of hours.
That was actually 2018.
In 2008, yeah.
We modified, in 2020, we added,
Couple words.
from the people, we added the reference to entire life for adults.
We also added the 100% renewable energy at that time.
But in 18, if you remember, it took us a long time to kind of get to this, and I think now we're starting to see how we can we're just gonna tweak this as we're moving forward. That was really neat for me to watch you all move through this.
Maybe it's just me, but let's just take a big deep breath. That was awesome.
Yes.
Yeah.
this is something that we should remember, like when we go, people ask you, but, you know, what's Longmont? You know, where's Longmont and everything, and then just, this is something that is that elevator speech that you can kind of, you know, it's great.
You could print them on little business cards front and back,
Oh, yeah.
and everybody, you know.
Like those little constitutions we used to carry.
Yes.
Yeah.
People can see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will tell you, we just brought in Demodo Communication Company to kind of help us with our strategic communications plan for sustainability. When they read all the information, everything that Longmont is doing, all the different awards and all these things, that both consultants were like, maybe we should be, and then high-speed internet. Both consultants were like, maybe we should be moving operations to Longmont. Yes, we think yes, come on.
So we can put the new one up on the website like right away, right?
Yes. Yes, I will hit save, and at the break I'll send it to Brian and we'll get it up on the website right away. Okay, I'm gonna turn it back over to Harold to talk a little bit about vision and goals, and Valerie's gonna help as well.
Well, I mean, I talked about this yesterday, so why are we setting these goals? It's really taking that, looking at the vision and working on the short-term motivation, where we're all rowing in the same direction. I think that was the thing that when I talked to you all yesterday about what my needs were and what we needed as we're balancing core operations, is really being in lockstep with each other in terms of, are we rowing in the same direction? Now, that may mean at times that we think here's where we're going, but the world changes around us and you have to adjust. Doesn't mean we're going to go perpendicular. It means we're going to go at a diagonal because we have to make adjustments.
Called navigation.
Pardon?
Called navigation.
It's navigation. Yeah, it is. It's really, and that's actually a good word. We're navigating the, kind of riffing on what I said yesterday, the tumultuous waters that we're all experiencing, and I think will continue. It also lets us get faster, and we can build the accountability. And when we have the focus, we can get faster, and when we manage what's on us, then it lets us really hit these things hard and fast, where we can, next year, hopefully say, here's everything that we did because we can focus.
So if the metaphor, rather than rowing, was sailing, right? We're a crew. Even great navigators can make headway or can stay on course in headwinds, right? By tracking and adapting to the environment.
Joni's a rower, and she.
So Harold's the coxswain of the sweet boat, right? So he's pulling the cords to steer.
So, after about an hour of me presenting to you all yesterday, talking about the different challenges we have, we ended with this slide. And once again, I'm going to kind of go back a little bit because we have more people in the room today. When we said, what are my operational goals? Unyielding focus on our core services, addressing staffing challenges in the labor market, and making data-driven decisions in project management. I gave you three. It's also having, creating financial stability and sustainability for the organization, being as efficient and effective as we possibly can, but I didn't want to take up too much room in this. And then we talked about, based on what you all had already put in this, what were my operational goals last year, and what am I seeing in terms of the operational, or, said, how do you see the future? We said housing, which included the housing authority, because we can't untangle that from you, and we can't untangle that from the organization, because many of the same people are doing the same work. Affordable and attainable housing. We talked about equity and sustainability and climate action. Obviously, you see STEAM downtown area, Sugar Mill. That is tying into your vision that you just talked about. We could probably add Main Street onto that too, based on what we're working on in Kimberly. Transportation, and then early childhood. As I'm thinking about this, you all said, let's work off of this today so we can really define what that's going to look like and how we're going to move through it. And as I was listening to the conversations, let's go back to this. I had a piece. I think one of the things that we often struggle with as staff as we're moving through these topics is which one of these variables is actually the top priority for us. And you kind of heard me talk about that when we discussed housing, to say, what is our North Star and what is going to be the primary? If we rank these in ranked order, what is number one? Because there are a lot of times where these will start competing against each other from a time perspective, from a financial perspective, and we have to make choices. Marcia?
I was about to say we can't make choices. I think what we have is two priorities: operational core services and everything else, which is sustainable growth. So rather than saying we're gonna drop early childhood or drop transportation, we need to keep them moving in lockstep, even if it means we have to slow everything down, because none of them work without the other one.
And that's a good point. I think what you know, if we take the housing conversation, you know, yesterday I said, who's all working on housing? And, you know, even those that didn't raise their hand, virtually everybody's touching. So I guess my question is, if I get into a point where I have a situation from a capacity standpoint, financial standpoint, where I have a decision to make operationally, is it housing or is it steam? The more clear I am in terms of your rank priorities, the easier it is for me to make those operational decisions real time, because that happens.
I disagree with what Marcia just said about lockstep, and they're all the same. For me, I don't know how, if we solve the housing problem without the child care issue, I mean, the whole question of what's a living wage and economic, viability in Longmont, we've lost the second part of the major variable, right? Those things I think have to go together. And I think those things are more immediate. I mean, we've got to continue addressing climate over the long run. We don't have a lot of control over transportation right now. We have way more control over a lot of it, but more control over some of these variables than others. And some are more urgent, more, viable to affect in the short term than others in terms of the long run. I want to understate the importance of either transportation or the environment, but we have way more opportunity to make an impact on the other two in the short run than transportation or climate change.
I think that it's a matter of how things are addressed. I don't think that what Tim said actually contradicted what I said. You may think so, Tim, but the thing is that if you don't provide all of the needs in the human basket, then something's gonna break. And I think it's more a matter of approach. I have the strongest memory of the first piece of actual operational instruction that I got from you. The first thing you ever taught me, Harold Dominguez, was about public-private partnerships. So some of these things are things that can only be done by the city, the operations, and I mean, even now, because of Tabor, we've adapted to a model where infrastructure is inherently a public-private partnership. And so, we know it works. We know that in some ways it's the only way we have to make forward progress. So what we need to learn better is how we address some of these essential needs by bringing in the private, as opposed to things that have to actually be run top down, like Nextlight and Longmont Power and the water treatment systems and stuff that have to work operationally because they're core. But all the other stuff can be a partnership.
I think it can. I think it's a different level of work and where the work sits and what you have to do. So on developing public-private partnerships, the front end work is exhaustive in what you have to do. So it takes a lot of bandwidth on the front end. Where it saves you on the bandwidth is on the back end. But putting those together takes a lot of time. So I can use the analogy on the housing work that we're doing. The work that we've done on Chrisman and on Zinnia and now on Hover, those are public-private partnerships, of which we're putting in a little bit of money, but not a lot. The time that's required to develop those is in the hundreds of hours in terms of building the financial package, understanding the capital stack, everything we talked to you about. And so what I was trying to get at is the more I can understand how you all are seeing these lined up, and I'm not saying we stop it. I think that probably wasn't clear. I'm not saying we stop it, but when we have 3 housing public-private partnerships or something that we're working on, and somebody comes in, because we see this, I mean, you all hear it all the time, this is in your vision, this is in your work plan, you need to do this, but we're doing a lot of things in your vision and your work plan, and it would help me to work with everyone as if I understood at the 30,000 feet, what's your priority on this? So that as we're making real-time decisions and we have 3 housing projects going and someone comes in and says, oh, we want to do this at the sugar mill, you know, I can say, I get it and we can do this, but it's going to go slow because I need to go fast on these things. And understanding that rank order helps me make those pace decisions that you referenced.
I think we all might have slightly different rankings.
And that's why I wanted to have this conversation here, because that's where we struggle, is the different rankings on the individuals. And I need a holistic ranking from the council so that I know that I'm really addressing in order when there's competing interests. There are times when we may not ever compete, but at those times when we compete, what is your order?
And Harold, you're talking about these 5, right?
Yeah.
Between housing, equity, sustainability, climate change, STEAM, transportation, early childhood.
Mm-hmm. A lot of times we can figure it out and we're moving. I mean, you saw the downtown corridor where, you know, we had folks working, but this was really a pinch for us time-wise. You know, there are opportunities that come around that we can't not take because they're time-bound. Costco is a good example of that. We knew what we were going to lose in revenue. We knew what we were going to gain. And we were really fighting against the lost revenue stream. Had we not have taken that and run with it at that point in time, it's not like that opportunity will exist in the future. It's gone. So there's that piece of the decision-making process, of which we talked about with you all real time. There are other times where we just get into these pinches of, do we get this housing project done, or do we spend time working on this? And understanding as a body where you all sit really helps this team inform our decisions in terms of A or B, when we're pinched from a capacity standpoint.
I'm concerned with having the word equity appear on only one of these line items, especially not in the housing line item. So, you know, all of the bullets under housing are directly related to quality of life equity. And yes, you know, climate action is preservation of equity, because the worse our environment is, the less equity we have, because the people who don't have the agency to escape will sit in it. But you know, all of it is about equity. Childhood action is about equity because I blocked whatever the school system didn't provide for my child. But some people can't do that.
Yeah, you raise a good point. Both equity, and I learned from Lisa, sustainability are woven through everything that we do. So maybe this one really is more specific on 100% renewable energy goal and climate change. Because the equity and sustainability should be.
And you could actually move that up into operational.
We don't want to miss it, yes.
You could move that into the operational, but here's the difference. When we talk about equity and sustainability, it is something we're working on operationally, but we talk about it in terms of building it into the DNA of the organization.
Yes.
So that it becomes part of everything that we do. That's my operational goal. What we're talking about is council in terms of equity and sustainability in terms of your council goal, because mine is inward facing. If you put equity and sustainability into it, that's a different perspective. You're also saying yes inward, but also outward facing in terms of how we engage in the community. And so there's a difference in terms of where that sits, because if it's my operational goal, I can go to the organization and say, here's my goal, here's what we need to do. I can't necessarily go to the community and say, here's my operational goal, because I'm not the policy maker. You all are the policy maker.
So I'm not sure what you mean by inward and outward. I mean, running this, 1,000-person operation as an equitable and sustainable organization is one thing, but that's very micro. There are other operational things.
It's internal.
Yeah, that's internal.
Yeah, that's internal, which shouldn't be a council goal at all, right? But we should be able to assume it. But the equity, operational equity is stuff like the horizontal infrastructure is older and crummier and less adequate to the future in the worst neighborhoods, in the least economically viable neighborhoods that we have, and that is a huge inequity because people will be left behind.
Should that be part of a vision statement or something that is an overall statement rather than?
I think you have it.
You have it.
It is a vision.
You have it.
Yeah, I don't think we need to repeat that in everything that we address.
It's how we prioritize.
Does it work okay like this? What we're saying is equity and sustainability is throughout operational as we implement.
Well, that's why I asked what that meant.
Yeah. And I think for me, and I'm just gonna tell you for me, and I know there's some others that have their hands up. For me, even internally when I get into this, what I can anchor on when I talk about equity and sustainability is not only is it my goal, it's the council's goal. Because you do get pushback on this. And so I think not having that as part of your goals, where if we just push it in the operational piece, it does create challenges. It also creates challenges when we're talking to the community. And they go, well, why are you doing this? And so I don't want to leave, even if we aggregate in the operational piece, but we just agree that that is both a city council goal and an operational goal. Because we do know when we talk about equity, there are two pieces to this. Harmon and I talk about this all the time. I can work the internal side of it and really bring the training and everything we need. But there is going to be a point where we have to start working the external side of it within the community. And if I don't have that policy direction as part of this, then that's going to be a bit of a rub down the road.
But Harold, do you agree that that's not necessarily an item to be prioritized?
Correct.
It is something that we need affirmation that that's the city's council's policy.
Needs to be suffused
Yeah.
in everything
Yeah.
that happens.
It's not a rankable one.
It's not a rankable one, but I just need to know you all are on board, and this is also your goal as well as my goal. That way, when we hit those tension points, it's that classic phrase, when you go right behind you and then you turn around and it's like, whoa. and that's part of why I wanted to dig into this, because I think we all know where we are and what we're seeing nationally in these conversations. We're seeing them in our community. and I don't wanna outrun your headlights if that's not something you want.
Let's give Harold a thumbs up that if we want that equity and sustainability throughout.
Yeah, this is two thumbs up. I think none of us wants to do anything without that.
Isolation. It shouldn't be done in isolation. It should be embedded in all the work.
That's what makes it tough,
Yes.
right?
Right.
It's not really regulable.
No.
It should be implemented throughout all of the
Yes.
work that we do.
And it varies depending on what the project is, or what the issue is.
Right.
But in fact, that's it is.
And so I know there were some other hands raised back here, so I wanna
How my computer's about to die. Do you mind if I borrow yours? No, I don't. It's one.
Oh.
Keep talking. Keep talking. I'll shut it out on the computer.
Okay, so for me, I felt from the beginning that equity is embedded in everything that's the lens we are looking through. Okay, that's what I thought was happening anyway. As far as prioritizing housing, being a single mom, my kids are older now. Thank goodness I don't have to deal with what younger families have to deal with affordable housing and affordable childcare. I feel like that's equal. Coming from the perspective of a single parent, you have to have affordable housing, and you also have to have affordable childcare as well. To me, they're on the equal plane. Like, we should be busting tail to try to make sure we can accommodate our residents with that. I don't know I think that's, for me, that's priority. I don't know if that's something we can say, we can have them equal like that. But at least for the first priority, for me, I think we should go one, first, second, third, however you want to do it. I'm just going with what I feel that we should work on. That's priority for me. Just so that we can get started on it, because I know we're kind of going elsewhere, so I know you have other stuff for us to do. If we can have that discussion, I would love to hear what my other council members would like to say on that.
Can you rank the others? If you said housing and childcare are equal?
Yeah, transportation for sure, because that's another thing. Transportation, and of course, 100% affordable. All of that, like Marsha said, it all comes together, but I know to prioritize. So STEAM, the sugar mill is on the bottom for me. Because we're looking at essentials. If you don't have, okay, so if I'm working and I need a place to stay that's affordable, and the only place I can, if I'm working, I can't live where I work, and childcare is too expensive, but then my city is really encouraging me not to drive a car, but then the bus system don't go everywhere I work, we have a problem. So how do we need to address all those issues together. So those are my priorities.
Good.
So, thanks, Shahida. You said much of what I was going to. I don't know how we can address housing, which I think is the priority, without addressing transportation. When we talk about LHA and building residences for people who either can't drive or can't afford to drive, then we have to address transportation. When we're talking about building an urban society and we do not address transportation at the same time, then I think we are not building a holistic city. So I disagree that this is out of our control. I think that's a message that we have been given by other entities, by states and counties, that home rule cities cannot control because we belong in a district. So some of these things I think we can are being worked on in parallel not necessarily with the cities doing everything. For example, childcare. It's being worked on in parallel with, and we'll see where it goes with asking for an early childhood district. It may not be something that the city has to put time into right now, but we need to support the effort that in parallel that is being worked on. The same thing might be, so I think transportation needs to be moved up. Because we cannot, again, I know I'm beating the drum, but we can't say it's out of our control. We have to make sure that everybody in this county knows that we are going to take control over our city transportation and make it work so that the way we are building our city works. And that is being worked on right now, and it's being worked on in parallel. So we just need to make sure that we are all on board that if we're going to build this way, we need to make sure that we can travel this way. The other thing is that I think STEAM basically is kind of out of the city council's control. That should be up to the staff on where that is prioritized. If you have the time to work on it, then do it. But if you don't, these other things that need to be prioritized. So for me, it's housing front and center, along with transportation and support the early childhood parallel path that is trying to go on.
Would it be helpful? You know, when I said about what we have control of, I've got a mindset about those aspects of transportation that are more like RTD ride.
But we do have a lot of input.
I get it. I'm talking about it far more broadly. So it would be helpful for me to kind of tease out which parts of a transportation solution we control and that, you know, we factor into budgeting and are actionable for us. Those things on which we don't have a lot of control. But so I just want to acknowledge that I get there are things that we do have control.
Well, but I think Joan is right, the picture is changing there. But the point I was trying to make is that there are things that we can let go of by changing the control points and things that we can't. So for example, you prioritize early childhood by backing the special district because we already don't do a huge amount of actually doing the work. You know, we fund and we engage with some independent agencies that provide oversight. And Christina, is that kind of a correct model? You know, that we have organizations like Bright Eyes that are not city operations, but keep us informed of where the pain points are. And that is a whole different thing than something like Nextlight, where we put in the infrastructure and we run it and we enhance it and we do all of it. So maybe before we prioritize, we should be able, we should put these things in two columns. You know, honestly, STEAM is the same way. We enable those things to happen, but then somebody else is going to actually do it.
There's a lot of upfront work on developments like that, and staff is involved.
Yes, it's true.
And I guess that was my point. If you feel you don't have a bandwidth to do that, for me, that has to go down.
I just had a thought about, when you say equities and sustainability throughout, that's right under, as a major bullet point under operation, should then housing and all these kind of shift to the right, because they're all going to fall under that, because that's the concept. Is that what we want to do?
And what I'm saying by equity and sustainability throughout is really the analogy I use with the organization is embedded in the DNA, meaning everything we do. It's a lens. So the analogy I use when I'm talking to the organization and looking at Carmen, because we do a lot of this together, the analogy I use in the organization, it's like if you ever seen National Treasure? So the Benjamin Franklin glasses where you have the different lenses, it's where you always have the lens of equity and sustainability over your glasses. So no matter what we're doing, it's
Practice.
first and front and center. DNA becomes practice. It becomes automatic in what we do. Just like it's automatic for efficiencies and effectiveness. I mean, that's what everybody tends to focus on. This is really creating that automatic response of how is this addressing equity? How is this addressing sustainability?
So that seems to me that as you go to the top and everything should shift to the right, even under the operational. Based on what you just said, it seems that that would be the logical thing, that everything is, even the operational side of things should be, should fall underneath that sustainability based on that type of thinking.
Harold, to that point though, because we're talking about goals, and if we think about equity and sustainability, is there a way that each of us, operational owners, should come back and say, here are our goals, here's what we're going to implement? Because I think, we need to be very specific about it.
Well,
Or what's gonna
you all
change?
did, the work we just kind of went through, why I needed you to do it is really a big help to me, because then I'm going back, we're already doing this. We want equity and sustainability goals, but I can now look at these folks and go, all right, they're doing it, but here's where we're going, it's embedded in everything, and when I get pushback, because I do get pushback, I can go, it's not only my goal, as the city manager, it's the council's goal. And my job is to make sure your goals are addressed. And that helps me when I'm having these conversations. I'm gonna kind of help you a little bit, Aaron.
I have a thought, I guess, is that I don't know if I'd rank them by importance, because they're all very important, right? I'd rank them based on how much can we affect versus the need to work with a private partner. For instance, the STEAM downtown, that's heavily reliant on downtown partnerships, and it seems to be more the flexibility to address an opportunity when one comes along, right? Versus housing, where now obviously LHA is much more under the purview of the commission, which is more internalized at the city, right? I think as we've talked about early childhood, there's opportunities, but again, that's a lot of partnerships that we have to control. So with transportation, I think that there are opportunities to bring things internal to the organization, in the sense that some of the most connected municipalities out there are part of multiple authorities to get the holistic system to work. So they'll be a part of a regional district like we are, but then they'll also have certain things that are operated at a more municipal level for intracity travel. And so I think there are opportunities for us. It's going to, we're not going to be able to provide those kinds of services for free, obviously. There will have to be something unlike our current fare buyout that we're doing with RTD, I think we'll have to go back to charging fares for these things. But, I think the opportunity level there to have internal control over a significant section of our safe mobility options could prioritize that up, depending on council direction, I suppose. So that's kind of, I would rank them based on how much control we have over it.
Okay.
Or how much control we must take.
Or must take.
Yeah, because, the privatization, Phil has brought in, and has located some incredibly innovative private providers that we could partner with under RTD's new rules that we really haven't seen yet, but you guys are already on it. We can make that easier, require less oversight by the city versus, the wastewater system. Ain't nobody gonna do that for us. We have to use a stick to get the builders to start it off right, So those things are always gonna be really labor intensive for the city. Even when we try to push it out on to the landowners, it hardly works. So I think that Yeah, Aaron and I are on the same page on that, and that we should rank these things into columns versus about labor intensity and the requirements for control versus our ability to let go.
I see Harold made columns on his page.
That's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah.
And you're getting at some of it. Susie, any ideas?
I know now that I'm rethinking, because I was looking at priorities, but Aaron had a good point about, so like I'm thinking about STEAM downtown. I mean, that is heavily dependent on, like, you're not actively going out there and seeing this through alone. It's really building that partnership. So that's kind of dependent. My priorities are housing, childcare, and then, but it's hard to rank because they're all so very important.
Depend upon each other.
And depend upon each other for success.
So maybe if you think about it this way, because we do move these things all at the same time. If one of these came against another, and I go to you all and say, we're maxed, which one do you want me to focus on? Which one would you want me to focus on?
I think it would depend for me upon how much traction you made in each area. The one that is taking longer, whatever you can accomplish fastest in whatever it is. For me, how long that is. So.
The opportunities go up. That's
Right.
what's tough.
Yeah.
The other thing is, there's this idea of enablement that I don't think is being given enough weight yet. So, for example, housing, okay? We focus money and supervisory time and stuff on housing if at the same time we get the planners are saying, well, almost everything is mixed use. You can have some corner stores, you can have restaurants and little entertainment things like arcades. Anywhere in a housing neighborhood, as long as you do it in a way that's not going to break the neighborhood, then the private sector will come in and ensure that we have a certain aspect of livability in our neighborhoods. Whereas if we have really rigid zoning like single family, you don't get that, and you get food deserts, and you get automobile dependency and all of that stuff. So by using modern zoning philosophies, we can let go of some of these priorities, and they will happen by themselves because we create opportunity.
I see all of these kind of like a group of ladders on a wall. Some are further along to the top of the roof line than others. And when you come and talk to us and say, we can complete this aspect of it, that seems like a good priority goal to me. And in that sense, that's why I kind of think that what is further along, what is in our ability to actually to finish it or to come to a conclusion on at least one of the projects seems to be a good way of approaching it, and that is to deal with housing and affordable and attainable, and also transportation, maybe thinking outside the box on certain things and recognizing what is going to be attractive to the population of Longmont over what seems to not be so attractive to the population. Again, I want to stress, I think everything should fall under the equity and sustainable throughout. Even your operational aspect, because it sends such a strong message, because it sends a strong message to every employee from the assistant city managers down to the new hire, and it also sends an outward message to all of the folks in Longmont that we're going to do that in a time when that has been a Achilles heel for a lot of communities, where they have forgotten about that and gotten themselves in a lot of trouble over that. That should be the one thing that, as you said, runs throughout the whole, program here. And so I would put that above operational, and again, shift everything to the right, and then talk about the priorities within that scope, because everything is about equity and sustainability throughout.
Thank you for that. I agree. But it also sends a message to any commercial entity that wants to enter our city. This is what we focus on throughout everything. So when you want to come into our city, this is priority for us. In everything we do, you can't come in and do what you want to do.
So we have a little bit of time left, and I haven't heard from Tim. Heard a little bit. I heard housing in early childhood.
Well, I'll reiterate. I think I've heard echoes of what I tried to say earlier in terms of how much control we have, those things that we can do something about. Part of my frustration, for example, with the 100% renewable energy goal, not that that isn't a righteous goal, but as I recall, as we saw the other night, a huge percentage of what we're going to be able to accomplish in the last 2 years is totally dependent upon PRPA. Right? So, not that we wouldn't, focus on this, but if I had to make a choice between housing and childcare, and I would make the case again, everything we've talked about up here in terms of equity, housing, and childcare, and I would discount transportation as the three biggest differences we could make in terms of a more equitable community. We won't stabilize in an economically viable. We're not going to stabilize a workforce. We're not going to see the kind of economic development that we'd like to see if we don't solve or at least make progress in the housing and child care funds. And there's tons of data to support that. So in terms of the rank order, I think STEAM, as much as I love the visioning process, those are totally kind of opportunistic. I agree with Joe. We don't have a lot of control, but I do think we ought to have a sharp vision. So when somebody brings a proposal, we can both signal what that is. When somebody brings a proposal, we can make decisions relatively quickly about does it fit or not. If it doesn't, come back later when you have something that aligns with what we expect or we aspire to see in our community. But the basics for me are really clear. And I understand this conversation goes back to some degree to what you had suggested at the end of your presentation yesterday, or at some point, about organized abandonment or permission to stop doing some things. This I hope, tease up what you're able to say no to us or to somebody else.
Actually, you all did, here's what I heard, and I was watching head nods as people were talking. Housing, childcare, transportation, and some component are foundational. The others are there. We continue working on those. And I have the ability to then come in operationally and go, here's where we are, here's our capacity, with sort of those three sitting at the pinnacle of what we need to focus on. Is that a fair statement that you all agree with?
Thumbs up.
It is for me.
Sort of. Well, so we've sort of come to the idea of cross-cutting attributes. We don't do anything without preserving equity and sustainability as we do it. And I would like to add climate action to that. It's a cross-cutting attribute. And I would also like to add Vision Zero as a cross-cutting attribute, because safe is the main attribute of the transit priority, which is an activity that the city does. So you get this, and climate is the same way because there's such an equity penalty to ignoring that. Not to mention the whole thing of future generations, but for people alive today, there's such an equity penalty to doing it. So I think, Harold, you've got a matrix. You've got the ways that the city, how much control the city must exert, but then we've got this paradigm or framework that everybody who comes in and works with us has to
It's how.
abide by.
I think it's how and how we do
Yeah.
things, and it's a why, but it's not a what, and the goal should be the what.
Yeah.
And I think as we get into now diving into these individually, we can get at it because I'm going to bring some tensions that will come into play within these individual goals. If something's cross-cutting within the goal itself, where do you start choosing? Because there are choices in this, and we have to go to the next session, but the example I'll give you, you can build 100 housing units, and you bring in some of these components in terms of, renewable energy and distributed energy, and it takes it from, you can build 100 units or you can't build 100 units, just because of the ad, what starts waiting, because that's the reality for us as we're looking at housing projects, and there will be choices in that.
Yeah, and remember the SES, you've got to weigh in. If it's a difference between you can't build it without it being sustainable, then maybe you have to build it anyway. But if it's a distinction between 98 units or 100 units, but we don't ruin our demand profile on PRPA, build the 98, not the 100.
Right, yeah, I'm talking the extremes of the.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm good.
Okay. All right, well, why don't we go ahead and take a 5-minute break. Our next conversation is a little deeper dive into the roadmaps around electrification, climate emergency work, and 100% renewable energy. So I know we have a bunch of presenters that will be coming up, so go ahead and take a little 5-minute break. Okay, so we're going to continue on with the agenda for our retreat. But one thing I'd like you to think a little bit about is now that you've given, certainly that was a great conversation, by the way, around which things need to happen, what things we have control over, which things we just need to seize opportunities around. But I'd like for you to think a little bit about what does success look like? What does success look like in each of those 5 areas? So now you have these 5 areas: housing, early childhood, transportation, the 100% renewable energy, climate action, beneficial electrification, and STEAM. What does success look like? We're going to come back to that, but we're going to actually start with the 100% renewable energy, climate action, beneficial electrification, because that's where our agenda says we're going to go next. So I'm going to turn it over to Susan and Lisa, who are going to give you a presentation. At the end of that presentation, and depending on how timing looks like, I'm going to ask you what does success look like in this area first, and transportation, which is also part of the presentation. And then we'll come back to housing and transportation. So we may flip around a little bit, because we got to make sure we are accommodating a giant fire truck. In the middle of all this, but I would that's what I'd like for you to kind of start to think about in your minds as we move forward. Okay, Lisa, I'll turn it over to you and Susan.
Okay. All right, good morning, Mayor Peck and members of council. Lisa Knobloch, Sustainability Manager with Strategic Integration. I'm here today with my colleague Susan Bartlett from LPC, and we're going to be getting into the climate emergency resolution and resulting roadmaps and work that have come out of that. I know that the sound can be kind of weird in here, so if you all can't hear me at any point in time, please just wave or holler at me. So just to quickly ground us in the foundational components of the climate emergency resolution, which, as you all remember, was passed in 2019. The primary focus was really taking immediate and accelerated action to address the climate crisis. And council appointed the Climate Action Task Force, which was responsible for developing the recommendations to accelerate climate action. And it also called for engaging frontline communities in the planning, decision, and implementation, which happened through the Just Transition Plan Committee, which ran concurrently. The Climate Action Task Force came up with their recommendations in the 6 topic areas here, which we went over a little bit on Tuesday, with the foundation being equity. So really that understanding that all of our climate action work has to really consider and look at the equity impacts as well as the opportunities that we can build into all of this work. And then all of those recommendations came together to be the Climate Action Recommendations Report. This is just a quick refresher of what you all saw on Tuesday. So when we talk about accelerating climate action, that's looking at the 2 components, reducing our greenhouse gas emissions. So we went through on Tuesday the results from our 2021 inventory, showing that our primary emissions come from electricity, natural gas, and transportation. So that's really what we'll be focusing on today. And then also the adaptation side, so making sure we're preparing our community for the impacts of climate change. This is just a slide to show that this work doesn't happen in isolation, and a lot of the conversation you all were just talking about really speaks to that there's a lot of work that's housed in these various plans that's taken on by departments across the organization. So one of the foundational plans being Envision Longmont, the comprehensive plan that has the primary tenets of sustainability and resilience. Obviously the sustainability plan, which includes all of the recommendations from the greenhouse gas report, and also the transportation roadmap, which we'll talk just a little bit about briefly shortly. The climate action recommendations report, which overlaps with a lot of the work from the sustainability plan. And one of those recommendations specifically was the beneficial building electrification plan, which Susan will get into shortly. And then of course, one of the driving goals really being that transition to 100% renewable electric energy supply by 2030. So that I'm gonna hand it to Susan to get into those items, and then we'll circle back.
So, Mayor Beck, council members, I'm Susan Bartlett. I'm the Director of Energy Strategies and Solutions at LPC. Thanks for letting us talk today. It was good and interesting to hear your conversation around the 100% renewable electric supply goal. It's important information for us. But I just wanted to talk a little bit about that and where we are and how it supports some of the things that Lisa talked about with the sustainability plan and the climate action recommendation report. And it's going to take a concerted effort for us to achieve this goal, and part of that is intrinsically related to the River's goal for 100% carbon-free electricity by 2030. And I just wanted to bring to your attention some of the things that are underway at that utility scale level with new solar coming on board at Black Hollow, that's in Weld County. There's also an RFP that's out for utility scale solar and storage. They're looking at other evaluation tools around how to use storage and linking dispatchability and where's the best place to put that. Looking at potential wind projects. And interestingly, and probably more effective for us, well, it's effective for us because it all ties together, but they're doing a potential study looking at the impact of distributed energy resources, so solar and battery and all of our devices, as well as the added load of electric vehicles and building electrification. So they're doing a potential study, both at the generation scale and also looking at some distribution level impacts. And then we'll be doing some forecasting. We're working closely with them on that. Platte River is also getting ready to join the Southwest Power Pool, and that's an energy market to kind of help us with resiliency and to manage a dynamic supply in the future. So we're excited about that. And all of the things over here on the left, I think of this as a yes and endeavor.
Sorry, Susan, I just lowered the light so people could see in the back. I didn't want to startle you or think something had happened.
All good.
Yes.
All good, thanks. So Platte River is working hard on its end. We have to do our part, and the things on the left are, kind of the big categories of areas that we're working on the 100% renewable goal, as well as reducing greenhouse gas emissions. So I wanted to share some things that we're doing locally in addition to what Platte River is doing. We are talking with Platte River about areas on our distribution grid where we might locate battery storage to help with some resilience and help us to learn how to use that technology. We're looking at an RFP for solar on city facilities. This year, we keep hearing more and more about other opportunities where we have buildings that might benefit from solar. And we continue to develop a model for a subscription service for community solar here in Longmont. I wanted to bring up the solar and storage that's at the wastewater treatment plant. This is a project that actually includes energy efficiency with some new equipment that's going in, new blower equipment that's going in, plus solar, plus storage, and it's a city facility, so we get to benefit from all the data and all the learning that's going to happen there. And then Daryl and his team at LPC is working on a smart grid roadmap, and what that's going to do is help us kind of understand our own distribution grid a little bit better, as well as understand the impacts of these distributed energy resources that are going to come onto our grid in the future, and making sure that we understand what the constraints are, but we also understand what the potential is. This summer also we're going to look at rates through a little bit of a different lens. We want to be able to equate the value of solar on our system, the value of demand response, where people can provide some variability in their use of our energy and determine rates that support and promote programs that help us manage our load a little better, but we also want to make sure that we're being equitable in how we distribute our rates among all of our rate classes. And that's kind of a big deal this summer. And then I wanted to talk about locally installed solar. So this isn't city-owned or LPC-driven. It is our customers who are putting solar on their properties. Currently, at the end of 2022, we had about 6 megawatts of installed solar. And that's just a number if you don't think about this stuff all the time, but I think what's interesting about 2022 is we had a 54% increase over all the previous years that we've been tracking. So there's definitely interest, and there are extended federal incentives, and there's just a lot out there, a lot of information out there about installing solar, and we want to make sure that we're kind of capturing that momentum and working with these customers as they are interconnecting with our grid. And then I wanted to wrap up this slide just by saying that we have not forgotten energy efficiency. That's kind of core to everything that we're working on. If we don't use it, we don't have to generate it, which helps us with our goal. And I did want to take the opportunity to talk about the beneficial building electrification plan. So council accepted the plan in October and wanted to give you a heads up of where we are and some of the strategies in the plan. And also just remind you, Lisa had this slide before that talked about how all of these plans kind of play together and support one another. And this is part of the climate action recommendations report, was that we built this plan. Also, I want you to think a little bit about the pie chart that she showed, where our emissions, a big chunk of our emissions is related to energy use in buildings. And so building electrification and energy efficiency help us kind of chip away at that part of that pie. So we have 13 strategies in the plan. The 9 that are in blue here are strategies that we're working on diligently, and we have some short-term goals that we're working toward with those. The 4 yellow on the bottom, we haven't forgotten about, they're important, but they have a little longer runway. So we're staying plugged in regionally on what's happening in these areas so we can react quickly if we need to, but we're really focusing on these top 9.
Real quick on the no to low interest financing, Sandy and I, we were in a meeting, and Joni we were in a meeting, and there's someone locally that is starting a project to deal with this issue. And I'm scheduling a meeting, so that may be something that our other discussion is that we can pull that off. Just have it as part of a different conversation.
It would be great to include that.
Would that mean that if a private program took that over, that we would not, it wouldn't be a constraint on our customer management system the way we have been assuming that it is?
I think it's too early.
It's too early to tell.
I think the meeting was just Thursday.
The meeting, yeah, we don't know. It's just,
So it's a possibility.
It's a possibility. I just wanted to throw that out here because to our other conversation, that may be something that we don't necessarily take on, but we partner, and that reduces the workload.
That'd be nice, though. We'll keep an eye towards that.
So I don't want to go through each of the 13 because we don't have very much time today, but I did want to provide some highlights on things I'm particularly excited about. One is the electric grid evaluation. As you all know, we have advanced metering infrastructure being deployed. This is going to provide us with data we really never had before about our distribution grid, about how our customers use energies, about how we may be able to deploy distributed energy resources in a way that is helpful and not going to require some mitigation. So this is really important in terms of how we move ahead, as well as managing that increased load from building electrification and electric vehicles. Outreach and education. This is true for any plan that you have. One of the most important things is you help people understand what your plan is about and what you're going to do and what you're going to do. I think what feels complicated to me about education and outreach right now is there's so much information out there. Now, I'm submersed in this on a daily basis, and I just feel like it's kind of in every direction. I don't know how that's happening in general, but there's just a lot of information about what we need to be doing, how fast, and where there's money and where there's not money. You know, who's eligible for what. There's a ton of stuff. So we're trying to gather this information and condense it into a format that is a little more digestible, that can help consumers navigate that decision-making process a little bit better. And it has to start with the basics. Like, what the heck is building electrification, and how does it apply to my space? And can I afford to do it? And what are the resources? And, you know, what do I do next? So we're trying to narrow the pool of information to make it more useful. And we're able to do that with some of our partners like Efficiency Works and some of the efforts that are going on at the region and at the state level. But I'll say there's so much happening in this space that sometimes regionally and at the state level, it adds more confusion. So again, we're trying to kind of condense what's available. Program collaboration, we talked about partnerships earlier. This is really important for anything we want to do on the electrification front. Our partner for rebates is Efficiency Works. They're part of Platte River, so they are us, and they administer our rebate programs for us and for Fort Collins, Loveland, and Estes Park as well. And they've made huge strides just in the past 6 months, I'd say, in really putting electrification at the top of their programs, primarily their residential programs. So a lot of this new stuff focused on electrification is going to go live April 1st. And that's going to include advising that really does delve into electrification. What is it? How can I do it? Does it make sense for my house? Does it not make sense for my house? I had a contractor tell me this, but then I hear this other thing. So they're building that into their advising for consumers. They're also really beefing up the incentives for equipment that we have, like heat pump space heating and heat pump water heating, and oh, by the way, weatherization and insulation, because we want them to do that first. And that's another key with the advisors is that building electrification really isn't going to work if we get it wrong out of the gate by not having that efficiency and building envelope component to go with it. We have to do them in tandem. Otherwise, people are going to have bad experiences on something that's kind of expensive. We're also continuing to work with Boulder County. They have their own set of incentives, and you had a question.
Well, since you interrupted, I was trying not to, but yeah, are we sort of meshing with these two agencies as our fulfillment, or are we going to try to push Boulder County to the side and completely work with Efficiency Works? And how does that work, because they offer us some of the same services?
The way that it works in Longmont is a little bit muddy for consumers sometimes, because you can start with Boulder County or you can start with Efficiency Works, but what they try to do is their advisors try to coalesce the program. So by the way, you can get this from us in Boulder County, but you can also get the stacked resources from Efficiency Works. And that's what we're going to have to do with the state as well. The state will have a rebate program. It was supposed to come out mid-year. Looks like it's going to be the end of 2023 or the beginning of 2024, because the money's coming slowly from DOE. And so we want to make sure that whoever our advisors are that are talking to customers understands how to connect all the dots on all of the programs that are available. Building codes related to electrification are an important component. Longmont is a participant in the regional code cohort. We're going to have final recommendations from the cohort later this spring. Those are going to move through our code process and will be brought back to council later this year. And then I wanted to end on something that I think is really exciting. And Lisa is leading this collaboration. And it's a collaboration among sustainability, Longmont Power and Communications, Housing and Community Investment, Longmont Housing Authority, Efficiency Works, and potentially Energy Outreach Colorado in areas where that's going to make sense. And the objective of this demonstration is to take a whole home approach to improving income qualified residents. And so what we're looking to do is address health and safety in a home, accessibility in a home, efficiency, envelope, weatherization, those kinds of things, and then we want to electrify. And we want to do this in several different housing types so that we can get data about those types of situations. So we're looking at small multifamily, we're looking at mobile homes, and we're looking at single family homes that come in through our rehabilitation program here at the city. It's an opportunity for us to get some data. We know it's going to be expensive, but it's not expensive. How much does it cost to bring a home to that healthy place all around that's operationally sustainable over time? So we're going to be gathering cost data, we're going to be gathering workforce data. If we want to do these big projects, do we have the available labor to come in and help us get this work done? And then also, if we want to be able to scale it, what does it take? What resources do we need? And for the demonstration, we're applying for energy efficiency community block grant funds to help us, along with the Boulder County Sustainability Tax Funds and some LPC dollars. We're also looking at whether or not this would be a good fit for the Department of Energy Buildings Prize. So again, looking for a little bit more funding that we can build momentum with, and I'm pretty excited about that. These are all building related, and that's that big piece of the pie. But Lisa's also going to talk a little bit about transportation.
Susan, could I just point out one thing in terms of the housing imperative? This is a bigger piece of it than it sounds like, because all of these lower end housing, existing housing that need to be fixed, those buildings will become unlivable if extreme heat gets much worse. And that means we've got more housing to build. So it may be expensive to fix these buildings, but it's probably cheaper than building new ones. So, sorry.
Thanks, Susan. And so lastly, I just want to touch on the equitable carbon-free transportation roadmap. So as you all remember from the graph, really electricity, natural gas, and transportation are our biggest sources of emissions. This was passed in 2021 or completed in 2021. And just a reminder of the purpose of this document wasn't to set new goals or identify new recommendations. It was really acknowledging we have some pretty good plans on how to reduce emissions from the electricity, natural gas sector. We know we have a big chunk of emissions from transportation, and we have some goals around reducing our transportation emissions. This was really to look at all the recommendations from the sustainability plan, from Envision Longmont, and how can we prioritize those, not only for reduction in greenhouse gas emissions from the transportation sector, but also for those equitable outcomes. And it was looking more broadly at transportation, not just EVs, like an EV readiness roadmap, because we recognize that we really have to have a robust transportation system that really makes it easy for people to get out of cars through walking and biking and rolling and access to transit and all of those things, all of the things that you all were talking about earlier. And then also electrifying our transportation system, whether those be personal vehicles, car share, other mobility options, transit, all of those sorts of things. So I just wanted to remind folks that we have this as well. We're working through this, the transportation roadmaps. And then we have a big opportunity this year as Phil and folks are going to be updating the transportation mobility plan. This will be rolled into that, and we'll be working with Phil on that as well. Oh, I lost my ability to advance for some reason. Okay. There we go. Okay. You also have a slide on Tuesday. This is just a quick synopsis in terms of how are we doing in implementing the recommendations from the Climate Action Recommendations Report. So this shows the work that's underway that we've talked to you about quite a few of these things. As I mentioned on Tuesday, the one area we're kind of behind in right now is education and outreach because of some staff turnover that we've had. So with that, I'm going to hand it off for questions and discussion with council.
Lisa, could you go back to the previous slide because we didn't have a chance to read it?
Sorry about that. Yep.
Thank you.
Sure.
We still know it's questions.
And Lisa, the green means progress.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, very cool.
I want to thank you and the museum for the big picture climate action lecture series. It's great.
Yeah, it's been really great. So I guess I should have a green star there. I'm missing that one. Sorry.
More green stars.
Yes, more green stars.
Better than a gold star, a green star.
All right, council, so we're gonna fold into what you guys have been talking about, what you all have been talking about up to this point. So when you think about this work, what does, is that your kiddo?
It is my kiddo. I love it, loving the trees in the park, yeah. He gets excited when I put photos of him in the presentations.
I do too, I think he's adorable.
He's an emerging star, that's for sure.
So cute. So let's go back to this conversation that we started with, right? So, what does success look like? So you just heard kind of a brief presentation of the roadmaps and how they're all working towards these goals. What does success look like in this particular area here? And there's no right or wrong answer, we're just gonna brainstorm for a few minutes.
Can you go back to Lisa's slide?
Which one do you want, the last one?
Yes, please.
Not the cute baby.
There's a darling baby.
He is.
Cute baby though. Let's see here. Can I? That's a good question.
It looks like you went to your presentation, Sandy.
Let's see if we can fix that.
Guess I have a question while we're waiting. Is there, we're bringing out this smart meters plan, and do we have any concerns around unidentified ADUs and how they will be impacted, and how what will be our response? It doesn't really, kind of just curiosity.
I would think, so our data for the leaders or customers aren't necessarily identifying whether it's a AD pool or not, but it might have a address with an A or B or something like that within that, but that would already exist and be separate of the AMIs, because basically it's a meter swap for a meter swap versus some other inventory change.
I think I think if something already had an ADU, we wouldn't be able to see the difference. If all of a sudden, and we could probably see the difference now, if all of a sudden you see a significant shift in electric usage, you would go, what's going on? But I think we would see that now. A little different in that it's typically the customers that bring that to our attention when they go, whoa, my bill's too high. But it may be easier to see it once we do it, but I don't know that it's going to necessarily show us something that already exists.
Right, to Harold's point, we still have monthly data now, which will have this granularity associated with a lot of the programs and policies and other things that we're trying to move forward to reach goals.
Was there a specific concern that you?
No, I was just curious because that all of a sudden it comes out, and people are like, they were keeping it kind of under their hat. They were enjoying the profits from it and everything, and now I can see a little bit of stress in the community around some of these things, just because of that. And maybe that's self-owned stress that people bring on themselves, but nevertheless stress that might be something that we should just be kind of.
I guess probably the simplest way to look at it is a swap for a swap out of the old into the new, and it's not any type of, let's say, policing action.
We need to, we're gonna take you back to the question.
So since Sean has the floor, what does success look like for you in this?
Oh, well, I think it's close to what we have here. When we were looking at stuff there, I often think of the difference between the goals of this council and the council that I served on in the past and how dramatic they really are. And if they were looking at the climate in the country at times and how sometimes people get thinking that somehow they're not getting the services that they want or intended or expected, that they might try to go in a completely different direction or think that we're moving too fast in a climate awareness mode, and I'm a little concerned about we put all this effort in and everything to have something change there, and then to drop it because it's a political issue opposed to being a practical issue and what's good. There's this idea that somehow it's a either or choice, and what's good for business and community is also good and also good for the environment. They don't have to be at opposing odds to each other. They can be.
It can be complementary.
Yeah.
Yes, that's exactly right. So Sean, would it be fair to say that success to you is following the climate action task force recommendations, continuing on the path that's in front of you?
I would say so.
And achieving these goals. Marcia?
Well, first of all, I would like to say that this was a really well-structured presentation. And I'm feeling more optimistic, which is not my normal mode. But I'd like to point out that it's really clear from the way these line up that this is a cross-cutting effort, that it touches everything we do, and as long as we adhere to that, I think that minimizes the effort, Harold, for all of the different pieces, because these things, if it's just becomes a matter of the course, if it's pulled down into the core, as is clearly being done here, then that helps us in terms of operational effort.
It does. There are some pieces in here where that still shows itself. As I was looking at this in terms of building code changes, that's then operationally into the core where I have to get involved in terms of capacity, because we have 8 building inspectors that have to manage a full code, that have to be part of the process because they're the ones that have to interact with the public. And so when you hear us say, the more we can align it with this, when we do a full code, it's easier. That's me to what we talked about yesterday, because they still have to process what's coming in and have their core work that they have to do. And so that's where you're seeing the management coming in to what they're doing as we're looking at the system to core these builds. So there still are pinch points in this that will show up based on what other folks are working on.
This is a question, before somebody else gets the floor, that I've asked before, and maybe this has changed because of the constraints that other municipalities are under financially. Is there any more availability of consultants to rectify the different code changes that we need? Because we're touching land use, we're touching electricity and building codes, and I was preparing for the lightning round, and there are so many places where the codes are intertwined that, boy, it would be great if we could get some help on that.
There are some. It doesn't necessarily limit me. This is another example like public-private partnerships. It doesn't necessarily, it may save us a little time, but not a lot of time. It's still an add because you still need the right staff to manage it. And so it depends on how you approach it. What I found with consultants, it's not as simple as you bring them in because they don't know the nuances that we have to deal with. And if you let them go on their own, we always end up finding we have to back up. And so I think that's a piece that it doesn't necessarily relieve it. It may relieve it a little bit. I will tell you, in some cases, it's added work. We brought different consultants in because of what we've had to do. So it's a piece of the puzzle that we're constantly finding how we approach it. But I think we do utilize consultants in this.
I do want to just say on the code piece, that's part of why we participated in the DOLA code cohort process, because that was grant funded to bring consultants in to develop essentially model codes for the whole county that we were part of, including folks from building inspection, and Bloss and Matt from that team have been part of that process to bring the nuances of our community into that conversation. But then once those recommendations are finalized, we will go through our regular process to make sure that the final outcomes are aligned with the needs of the community. So that was essentially a consultant that's been helping develop those.
Great example.
Thank you.
And of course, when we talk about that lightning round, you can always toss that on the list too. It's a brainstorm, right? And so there's no reason why you couldn't just add that as part of the brainstorming competition too.
Well, and Johnny just pointed something out that we also have to watch is we think we're the only one on the 21 code. So if the cohort is on the 18 code, 15 or 18 code, we're farther ahead. So what we also then have to watch is what are they putting in that may already be in the code? Because we're a step ahead of the other communities.
That's been a concern of mine because the DOLA recommendations are.
And there were two phases to that. So one of which was a requirement to get all the participating communities on the 2021 code, because a lot of them aren't, and have certain strengthening amendments. And then the second was a path to net zero by 2030, net zero new construction by 2030. And that's the next round of recommendations that will be coming out that look specifically at some additional solar elements, as well as the building electrification, and then some auxiliary components as well.
So aren't we seeing that the new construction work coming in now, maybe not net zero because windows and insulation and stuff like that, but there are already coming in all electric. So
I haven't seen I don't think the newest codes are out yet for 2024, so I don't.
No, I'm not asking what the codes are, I'm asking what
You're saying
people
the development, the building.
What are the developers?
There are projects coming in that Daryl and I met with one that is all electric, utilizing solar and heat pumps. So we are seeing folks come into the system, even though the code doesn't require it. They're coming in with that. As you look at other companies, some of those companies are making it part of their. This is just how we do business. Mm-hmm. So we are seeing that change.
Yeah, so I'd like to just get it out there that at least some of these, like no new gas lines, could be much earlier than the code, in the code than DOLA recommends for the whole region here.
So I agree with the climate action recommendations. And I understand staffing challenges, but the education and outreach is very, 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 very important. Because when I got on council, Susan broke it down for me, and we had a meeting, and there was so much that I learned, just although we had a one-on-one and she spent time with me, but I learned much more about why it's so important. Because as a single mom working 2 jobs, you worry about life and paying bills and taking care of your kids and your family. And so the big picture, right? That's so important for our community to understand. And then I think that they will buy into it and follow the instructions and the recommendations that we're asking them So I do understand the challenges, but that is really, really key in order for the community to buy into all that we're asking, all that we know that this, we believe that this, all of this is better for the future of our city. But not everyone will understand that, because what's going to happen when all this is implemented, we're gonna have so many people coming to council and say they didn't know this was happening. And so that's why education is so important in our community. So I definitely agree with all the recommendations, great presentation also on Tuesday. I just really, really emphasize the education and outreach.
So Kitty, would it be fair to say that success looks like all in Longmont understand what's at stake, what they can do, and what resources are available?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes.
I agree. What else does success look like for the council in this arena?
So I also agree with your climate action recommendations, and thank you for this presentation. It really spelled it out for us, much more than I understood that was going on locally. As far as the education and outreach, I agree with Shakita. And I'm wondering if you would consider reaching out to Eddie Gutierrez, who is going to do a PRPA presentation as well. He said sometime in late summer. And maybe we can do the big picture of PRPA, and then how does it affect us locally? What can we do locally? Where are we going? How does it marry into each other? So that.
And is that a presentation he's giving to council?
No, it's going to be community.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So Mayor, I'm adding into to what success that Shakita said include PRPA.
Correct. The other thing on the land use and water, I am also in favor of extending agricultural zoning. And then monitoring over time when you go down that downtown pay for parking. If you could, as you get into that, Lisa, make sure that the residents know that there's alternative transportation before we do that. So if we could not look at pay for parking before we have local alternative transportation, because you can't say you can't park here in Bush Bay, but there's no other way to get downtown. So I think if we could work together, it would sell better.
I think it's into the monitor section. So, Marcia, I want to make sure I caught, because I think maybe this is an okay place to put what you're talking about. Consider contracted services to rectify. That's not the right word.
Well, rectify is I guess too technical a word, but to make all the effective codes consistent. So yeah, rectify is the right word, but it might not be understood. So this might be a case where using more words is good. I wanted to ask, because I think I'm in favor of extending agricultural zoning, but I also remember that on the Climate Action Task Force, there were big discussions about what that means. You know, it does not necessarily mean buy more open space. So can you explain what that really means?
Yeah, my recollection of that one, and I'm going to apologize that I don't have all of these as committed to memory as I did a year or two ago, but was looking specifically at making sure our zoning codes allowed for small-scale agriculture production. And one of the reasons why there was a lot of conversation this got put in the midterm is because a lot of our planning folks felt like we did already have a lot of that in place, and so we just needed to do some additional research to understand the intent of it, to make sure that we have everything in place already, and to see if there was anything additional that we needed. Because there currently aren't any zoning regulations that say you can't do backyard agriculture. There are certain things in place around even having, beehives and chickens and all that kind of stuff. So just revisiting to make sure we understand the intent of that.
And I think in this, words really matter when we say ag zoning, because if it's what you can do in your backyard, that's one thing. Mm-hmm. If you grow out and look at ag zoning holistically for the community, you're now putting two of your items straight up against each other, which is housing versus this.
And that was why I asked. There's no more open space, but there's still a third fork in that, and I hope the state legislature helps us with this on HOAs, because where's PWR? Are they not here? Oh, Tony's here.
Yeah.
David. David's right. Okay, I keep forgetting that big electricity, but all this great work has been done on using native grasses as turf and all that stuff, and that's also kind of under that umbrella, and it increases our sustainability without making, it's another way to make other people do work, you know?
Well, I think your HOA piece is right, because you can do it, but you still have your HOA restrictions that you have to adhere to, and if we're saying you have to have this type of whatever, that's what you have to do.
Yeah, and there's something in the legislature about that now, but we're not sure what's gonna happen.
So any other successes?
The other thing I would add, I like how you summarized what you that makes sense. When the first time, early in my experience in council, is when, Lisa, you brought where you were headed with the work. And I know I got labeled as a data guy, or the metrics guy very early in my tenure on council, which is okay with me. But I do remember hearing the first time we saw this, that as much as I appreciate metrics, it's possible to get a wash in the sea of data without meaning. And I'm a little concerned as you talked about the variety of, just the fire hose of information and options. You're having a hard time making sense of it. Add to that these metrics. And my question is, some of these, there may be some dependencies in this. To get to one metric, you got to get 4 right, right? Roll it up, figure out how to, not to simplify, but to get to the far side of the complexity with meaning for the public. That's my concern. I'm not certain, and I've listened to this, I've been in this conversation. If I have a hard time answering the question, given the data, what are the most important results or indicators in terms of what really matters? If I can't answer that, how in the hell can anybody in the community answer it? And that's my concern. So I don't have an answer to how we would measure success, except to get to a more robust indicators that the community would resonate with, that really matter. If we can get this one right, and why it matters to us in terms of economics, in terms of generations, in terms of the future of a community, however we can describe it. That's my biggest concern.
It's the so what.
It is the so what.
So.
It's at a level within a context that matters to people and they can understand it.
And I think that ties to what Shakita was saying, is the outreach. And so maybe part of the vision is what Sandy has, but communicate with our residents through easily understandable.
Yeah, that's the part. What I wouldn't want to miss, the education is the means,
right?
But at the end is understanding, right? And you can have a great means, but if there is so much data, and it's a level that people it just can't stick. It's got to be sticky enough for people to walk away with. And I don't know not that it's not great work. I'm not being critical of the work. I think it's a great presentation, and I love the work that's being done. But it's got to be sticky enough for people to say, yeah, we got to get this right. Yeah, we're in this together. It matters to us.
How do you take the details and elevate it into some broad core pieces that are understandable for everyone?
So relatable too, because if it doesn't impact your day-to-day, you don't have buy-in to see it through.
Yeah, which is why I would like the same community outreach, if possible, to be done with PRPA, because I don't want it to sound like PRPA is going to change our city. It is going to be us that are going to change our city. So maybe you can break it down into bites instead of a big picture, just.
Well, I think it makes
bites
sense. A couple of things that I'm adding, and then I want to remind everyone about the project that Lisa and I are working on around sustainability communications. So I added to Shakita's statement, easily understandable, relatable, and accessible. Right? The information needs to be able to be retained. And I think that's why we decided to contract with the Moto Communications, which most of you filled out that survey. Thank you very much. That always no support to you around sustainability. And they will help us to craft that sustainability communications plan. And they have absolutely identified that bite-sized, relatable, actionable, accessible are the pieces that they need. So in place, I would say, in progress, not in place, in progress.
I think there's one really essential piece that was not explicitly mentioned in this, and it's about metrics, and it's also about understandable day-to-day. Because much of this gives us more control over our rates, right? If we have distributed energy resources that are controllable, I was thrilled that there's already 6 megawatts of solar in Longmont. I don't know where it's hiding, I guess, places I never go. But ultimately, when you say, yeah, if we can manage, if we can keep from using electricity, using as much electricity at times when it's expensive from PRPA, then we're not going to be paying as much. And if we can get that piece across to the public that's supporting this work and buying into these plans and letting us help you make a plan to replace your gas furnace with something else before it breaks, then everybody's going to understand that's going to hit them in the pocketbook in a positive way. And so I think that metric definitely needs to be right at the top in the outreach. And it may be years before we can have an impact, but hey, that's like, the only one more rate update cycle.
And I would argue that hitting in the pocketbook is the thing that immediately makes it relatable.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Well, I think that's the piece in what Sean said, that what I've seen historically in different communities, and it kind of takes you back to the core conversation we had yesterday. There is an elasticity in a community in terms of what people are willing to pay and what they want to pay. And what you find in that elasticity is it will snap back on you and cause you to reset everything you've done. There's communities very close to us that are going through that right now. If you read the stories on Westminster and the water system and what they needed to do, they saw the elasticity in it and it popped back, and it completely is shifting what they can do. And I think in all of these conversations, we've got to think about that, because what I'm talking to my folks about is we're there. I mean, when you see minimally raised rates, when you see inflation hitting, people are starting to hit that, and that's the equity lens that we started sliding on, is to understand what that means. And I think as you're thinking of this, just keep that in mind on everything, because I've seen it happen in hundreds of communities around the nation where it will snap back on you, and then you're starting over with something completely different.
So just to add to that, I think in the education piece, as we see more and more families who can afford to put solar on, that our population needs to understand that in order for us all to benefit, we don't all need to have solar. That through PRPA and the way they buy energy, we can all take advantage of having the benefit of renewable energy, but not every single home in the city needs to have solar on it. And I think that will ease the disparity between the lower socioeconomic part of our population and that they feel like they're not. That message has got to get out, that because I don't have solar, then I'm not going to be able to have renewable energy. That's not true. So I don't know how to message that, but I think it's a real important part.
You know, it's part of the rate, the retail rate structure that we can make sure that it does, and we can have the message out there that the guy on the next block solar is lowering your cost. And that's something that really doesn't get out there, but it can, you know, because the less electricity we buy from PRPA at times when it costs a lot, means the less we have to raise our rates.
But I do think we need to be careful about how we message that.
Yes.
Because if I'm the guy with the solar and you out there telling that somebody needs to pay me the difference. I'm just saying, so we need to be careful with how we message that.
As our nation and the different utility companies that PRPA buys energy from, as they get more renewable energy, that will come back to our city because they will be using more renewable energy as more utility companies put in renewables. So it's a game, that's for sure. But to Marcia's point though, more people putting solar on before PRPA gets that energy, correct me if I'm wrong, David, it could raise the rates of people who don't have solar because they still have to purchase it. They still have to get the dollars to purchase that. That's gonna come from our rates. So the people who don't have solar before PRPA is ready, their rates may go up. I don't know, that's just my theory. What do you think, David, does that make sense?
You know, I think part of it is we're sort of trying to think into the future.
Right.
And the different individual impact. And so we have different points around that same question.
Right.
I think what would be helpful is where at some point here later this year, we probably have some kind of session or something similar with council to really dive deeper into the, you know, present value, maybe future value of solar, because, you know, also to Marshall's point, if it's producing at a time that other resources are low on renewable, then it has a higher value, and likewise, if it's overproducing, you know, that has a lower value. So it's definitely variability in it, but we should explore that further.
But I think saying that now might be a mistake because we kept back.
We have to be very right? Anything that we're putting out there needs to be really.
Well, Susan mentioned the value of solar exercise that we're going to, right? That speaks exactly what Dave was talking about. How much is the solar worth to the utility and to customers who don't have solar on their roof? One of the challenges we run into is we're kind of bound at the state level in terms of what we have to reimburse for customers, what rate we have to reimburse them. So it's possible that at certain times of the day, we are overpaying for solar that's being generated because we can get it a lot cheaper from, you know, a very large utility field in the middle of Cook County.
You said it better.
So, but then at other times, like Councilmember Martin said, you know, maybe that field is covered by a cloud and this particular homeowner is in the middle of a sunny spot. So it's really about that. Trying to figure out what that value is.
Right. And Shakita, the person who pays to install the solar, put it on their roof, and uses that electricity internally first, is always getting paid back first. Then the fact that they are putting electricity back onto the grid affects the city's demand favorably, and that in turn affects other people's demand charges. So
I just still think we need to be very careful how we word it.
Because
the perception of other people in the
One person
community.
paying for somebody else.
Exactly.
Exactly.
That's all. But thanks for pointing it out.
We're all in the learning curve. Yeah. We don't have this down pat yet.
So it is 1:45 We did have one other topic we were going to chat about before lunch, but it's up to you all. I think you're hopping right along on your agenda, so it's up to you whether you'd like to either spend a few more minutes on this or move to the street gaming process. What we thought we would do when we got into that discussion is invite Carmen Palacios Ramirez to come up and talk a little bit about the work that we've been doing with the Northern Navajo, kind of give you a sense of where we are today with respect to equity work. I don't anticipate that it would take a lot more than 15 minutes, but of course that's completely up to you all.
So are we shifting the Envision Longmont presentation down?
I thought so, yes.
Okay.
I was just thinking that may take a little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe it doesn't, maybe they're the same size. So it's up to you. We have both of those pieces still to discuss. So it's, thank you, Susie, for reminding me of that. So we could do either one, because actually that says 15 minutes also. And this is the question that she had brought up around, if we have higher density, does it increase crime? And what we did was some research to share with council to kind of help you answer that question. So you could go either direction or no direction and take a break.
The folks are out there for
The folks are out there for the fire trucks.
For the fire truck.
So we could,
let's fit that into the time.
we could stop early and go get away a fire truck, have lunch, and then start back. Let's do that. Okay, so I'm gonna give you option one, end early, let's go give away a fire truck and have some lunch, or option two, continue on.
Thumbs up.
One for one.
Thumbs up.
You're good, okay, all right. Then let's take a break. If you can just take 5 minutes and we'll meet in the front of.
We're going to move into
It's on the screen.
Get ahead of the question
okay.
about density and crime. And what does that look like? If we increase density, does it increase crime? So we asked Glenn and Zach to take a look at this issue, and they'd like to present a couple things for your information that you requested.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you. It's a great question, and often we hear that question in public hearings, but also I think people tend to hold that one back because it's a bit of a loaded question, and they talk about traffic. So we have been talking about Envision Longmont today and yesterday, and one of the main goals is taking advantage of those empty holes that we have in the community to get some different housing opportunities. So two of the major goals that we always cite in our staff reports if we're having a public hearing with Planning Commission or the City Council are probably these two, and they fall under the category of creating livable centers. And the first one talks about the importance of a diversity in housing types in the community. And the second one really talks about high density housing and where that should occur. And the Envision Longmont talks about different corridors, areas of change where there's opportunities to create additional density and additional housing types. It specifically says that it should be in areas of the downtown and the mixed-use employment area. And I think that's where we've seen some big changes as far as the type of residential development we're getting. So I'm going to go through some of the numbers that we've seen since we've adopted Envision, since we've adopted the zoning code to implement Envision, kind of show you what the trends are. And I'll leave the tough part to Zach to talk about, is there any relationship between crime and higher density? And just as a stealer of his win, I would say no, because I've done this a long time and I've never really found a connection between crime and density. There's a million variables, but he's much more of a social scientist than I am, so I'll let him get into those gory details. So that's Envision Longmont, talks about additional density. If you go to the next slide, number 3 of 47 slides. So I talked about areas of change.
No, there's 4 slides, so let's go 4.
Joni usually says 0 slides, so she's really let me expand here. So an important part of Envision Longmont is here's where we're going to have areas of change. It's these areas that are red, which really identify some of those corridors and where we have mixed-use employment, maybe employment uses that are down on their luck, and there's opportunities to bring new housing in there. It's always great to have jobs close to housing, so it really fits that bill. And then, of course, Main Street is also an important corridor, and we've recently amended the Main Street corridor and the comp plan to make higher densities and different types of housing much more possible. And then there's the areas of stability, which are primarily our existing neighborhoods. Yellow is kind of a typical land use color for single family, but in this case, it doesn't mean these are all single family neighborhoods. Envision Longmont sees some change, but the level of change in the areas of stability are quite a bit reduced compared to where we're focusing in areas of change. So I thought what I would do, because we are seeing a lot of multifamily, and it makes a big impact on our citizens when they see a vacant lot turn into 200 units that's 4 stories high. I understand, it makes kind of a shock to the system. So I thought I'd take a look at what our permit activity is, because once you go through adopting the plan, adopting a new zoning code, then we have to build to the new code, and people have to put up the money to actually get it done. So here's kind of the trend. So single family is the blue at the top, and everybody knows what that is. That's pretty clear. That's one house for a lot, surrounded by space. It's not touching anything else. And then we have what I'm just calling attached housing. So this could really be anything from a duplex, triplex, multifamily, high-density apartments, or anything in between. We could go through and kind of figure out what all those layers are, but this is where your affordable and your attainable housing is happening within that realm. Yes,
I'm
Council.
trying to get my bearings. Right there, is that north of 66?
Yes.
Sign like this.
Yeah.
Okay, and then so the area of change, so like right here, there are houses currently there, correct? Or is that
Not many.
Or is it open space?
It's
Yeah,
open
right over
space.
here is
Well-
over, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
So that's the Terry Lake neighborhood, so there currently aren't homes there, that's just right now pretty wide open. There's a Lutheran church along that corridor, and
Okay,
then Life
yeah,
Bridge
yeah.
is not in red, but it's right before you get to Main Street.
Okay, so right over here?
Yep.
Okay.
And then the other stuff would be the vacant property kind of north of Walmart in front of Copper
Yeah.
Apartments, and then that
Yeah, so
farmhouse
right over
across
here.
the street that
Yes.
also, I think you guys saw last year for an annexation referral.
Yes.
You asked for more density, so those are what's that
So
then.
is this whole section then something that we are looking to annex, or
It is annexed.
it is already,
red.
or, yeah, or is it already annexed? The whole
Yeah.
thing? Okay.
And I want to jump in, I think, we've actually gotten into this internally, Zach was part of this, where someone said, is it open space? And I go, capital O or little O?
Yes, yes,
Because
yeah,
that's a big piece.
Yeah.
And that is not, well, it's not even little, that's not open space. That is undeveloped land that is
Okay.
owned by somebody else.
okay.
And we've got to be really careful as we're making those distinctions, because a lot of times what we see in development projects is that people go, well, it's open space. It's really undeveloped land that's owned by another party. They just haven't built anything on it. And I think we see that a lot.
Okay, and that's what I wanted, annex was an incorrect word, so I was thinking of the open space or developable area.
Yeah, in fact, I think I think there's some apartments coming out, we call it Knox 66, that is just east of Walmart in that corridor. It's part of that red area. A lot of apartments are happening around the sugar mill. We've talked about that a little bit. Around Sandstone Ranch, we've seen a lot of density going in there. So as far as the numbers, there's a lot of levels to the multifamily attached. So I can't tell you that's all apartments. I will say that the change in permitting over the last 4 years has changed quite a bit. We were primarily dominated by single family. Now, I'd say, let's see, it was 2019, we're about 60% of the permits were some kind of attached housing. 2020, that turned to, I think, 80%. And it was about the same in 2021. 2022, as far as what we permitted out of development services, 90% was some kind of attached product. But what I wanted to show, first off, the vertical lines here is when we adopted the comp plan in, I think it was June of 2016. That doesn't really change things much because it's not the law. Then we went into a 2-year process and adopted the new land development code, which happened towards the end of 2018. And that's when we opened up areas as far as where higher density housing could occur. But really it didn't have a big change, at least in the last 6 years, between the percentages of types of units. We're in 2016, we're still 2/3 single family, and we added about 1/3 of some kind of attached process. Fast forward 6 years, it changed about 4% basically. So it's not a great escalation in density, and maybe I was thinking that might be a relief, but maybe we're not doing our job well enough when we look at the goals of the comp plan. But if you, Excel just kind of drew the trend line here. There's really not a whole lot of magic to it. But even if you took the single family line and you flattened it out at that 25,000, and then you increase the multifamily at the rate it's going now, we still are looking at 20 years where we're still going to be a single family community before we hit parity between attached units and single family. So it's not something that is happening overnight, but we are, I think, moving the ball forward as far as the goals of Envision Longmont. Now the tough questions, and I think Zach's got a good idea as far as the trends and some of the programs that's kind of geared towards multifamily.
Thank you, Glenn. Before I started, were there any questions that you wanted to ask about Glenn's slide or anything before I move forward?
You said it would take about 20 years to hit parity, and you say that dependent on the land development code, correct? If the land development code was altered or something more radical happened,
You're right.
you could see a difference in the trends.
Yeah, that's the rules that are set today, basically, and the economic environment that we have today.
Right.
So a lot of things can affect those and stretch it out longer. That.
And I want to clarify something as well. So we have residents that are talking about Envision Longmont, but it is not Envision Longmont from the point, the part that you showed us for high density. According to Envision Longmont, it would be not in residential areas.
Right.
It would be, and it was the LDC that actually changed that. Is
Right.
that correct?
Yes. Right. So the policy is basically, let's put higher density in those underutilized sites, a lot of them being in mixed-use employment areas. And I'd say that's the higher percentage of where we're actually seeing projects land.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, there is some change. In fact, I talked to a gentleman who was here. He left a statement for public to be heard, but he's concerned with the term areas of stability. So that we need change there. And we have a mixed-use neighborhood that did allow an incremental change in the land uses under very specific conditions that can occur in those areas of change. There is some additional density, not to the point of, like in a mixed-use employment area. And there is some retail if it's in a specific location that is allowed in those areas of stability.
So the code is not just for mixed-use employment areas where you can have density, but it also is for mixed-use residential areas as well, for infill, is that correct?
Yes, and we also have mixed-use downtown that actually in those districts, there's no cap on density. But in mixed-use neighborhood, there is. Densities can only be from 6 to 18 units per acre is like a cap. Which would be the yellow areas. So,
And the density also applies to vertical.
yeah, absolutely.
So it's 4 with fifth floor being
We allow 4 stories in the mixed-use districts with an ability to perform, to go up above with affordable housing, next to transit, and there's a third, mixed use. So if you bring in retail on your ground floor, you can potentially put additional story on. That's not in the mixed-use neighborhood though. That is specifically in mixed-use downtown, mixed-use employment. There's a third, corridor, mixed-use corridor, which is Main Street, basically.
Well, it's interesting, so talking real-time learning on this, what we're learning through on the housing side, and the affordable housing side in particular, is that the addition of 1 floor actually is a problem. Because under affordable housing, when you bring federal funds into it, when it moves in, the 5th floor changes it to commercial. And when it changes it to commercial, it goes into commercial data statement, which all of a sudden drastically changes the cost parameters of it. So as Molly and I were getting into these projects, we throw that out. Now that we're on the electric side building, it's like you can't use it because it shifts the economics on the entire project. So from the affordable piece, when you say, if you do this, then this, what we're realizing is it doesn't work because you can't use it based on the outside constraints that are coming in on the use of those funds. So we're also learning real time about what we have in that works and doesn't work and what's viable, and it's really the economics that are driving those decision points. And rules that we can't control. You know, that's controlled by the feds.
But to go higher vertically would be a code change.
Correct. Yeah.
No.
No?
No, you could potentially, in those mixed-use, 4 mixed-use districts, you could go 7 stories. But you have to perform to go above 4. Just like Harold's talking about, if you're building affordable housing within your project, you potentially could go up a story. If you
have to read that code. That's not the way I interpret it.
Yeah, but there are there's issues with that, and I thought Harold was going to say elevators, because generally you go to 4 stories, you're putting in at least 2 elevators typically for ADA accessibility, and that adds some price.
Well, in the affordable, you tend to have to put elevators in anyway under
ADA.
the FAFSA UFAS standards. So that's now where it could make sense is if you're building the affordable into a market rate project and you're not connected to the federal funds, then that could be a viable solution for you. But if you're bringing it into a live tech project like we do, then it doesn't work. All the nuances, you're starting to see them.
About doesn't work. So the extra story, and I picked this up in a conversation with you some time ago. 4 is a bad place, or the 5th is the bad place.
Correct.
Does it start working again if you go to 7?
If the economics change. You know, that's what you have to understand, is that's where the pro forma will start telling you what will work and what won't work based on the financial requirements that the investors, the equity investors and the lending institutions. And so the pro forma will really guide that piece. We think that it may shift it, but we haven't done that calculation yet.
So this is something that we need to learn.
Harold, if we go from 4 to 5 or 6, doesn't construction type change? Aren't you then talking about pedestal?
You're talking pedestal and
I know almost nothing about what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I've learned from developers, that at 5 stories, it's pedestal, you do need elevators, it's more expensive construction. Is that true?
That's generally true, and a good example is look at 9th and Main Street. Yeah, they have concrete and steel first floor, and then they're going wood frame above it, and that's typically what you would see 4 stories.
Yes, and I think it depends on how you're designing the project. And so for us, elevators and what we're building for affordable, that's just a given. And so we're managing that within the pro forma, whether it's 4 or 5. And so I think it gets really project specific and it's hard to say. But that's what we're learning through as we're doing this for the housing authority.
All right, I know I've got about to get the hook from Sandy, but I want to make sure there's enough time. So Councilman Yarborough brought up a great question a few months ago in preparation and wanting us to bring this back about, does density and crime have a correlation? Do they relate to each other? And what I want to, I guess, suggest to council is when I take a look at our community, I have to look at public safety as a whole. Meaning, how does that pertain both to law enforcement and how does that particularly pertain to fire services that we provide? And so one of the things I want to touch on, I'm actually going to talk about just for a few minutes the fire side of things, because I think a lot of times we forget that piece. But what I will tell you that anytime you increase the population or anytime your population grows, there is an increased need for public safety. So when we talk about that, whether we are responding to medical calls, which we did over 7,000 last year, whether it is responding to a domestic within a home or a residence, again, those things happen when you bring folks in. Neighbors don't agree, barking dogs, things that we typically get called with of quality of life issues that may not necessarily be crime related. And so when we talk about those things, I think it's important not only to remember the police, but also look at the fire side of things. Because with increased people, again, if you build a high density location and it's all senior citizens, then we know that that particular area is going to have an increase in medical calls, more than likely than we would see in other areas. And so again, it's those types of things that we have to consider. As the city is transitioning or thinking of transitioning from more of a subdivision style, single family home to high density, multifamily, we also have to begin to think about how are we going to protect the properties. So whether we're talking about UE, wildland, urban initiative, and how some of those things apply, if we're going to make roads smaller so that we can use more land space, then we have to think about how are we going to get emergency equipment down the roads. If there's on-street parking, how are we going to get the necessary things in there? And I will tell you that Glenn and his staff have worked with us, and Michelle Goldman, if you are familiar with her, she's our fire marshal, and her staff review every plan. And so there was conversations and have been continued conversations between us and Glenn and Joni and her staff talking about as we begin to transition as a city to look at more opportunities to fill in and go up. What does that look like for first responders, and how does that public safety respond to those things? Whether it's looking at changing the types of fencing based on the study from the Marshall Fire that I think will come out very soon. Are we looking at changing the requirements of the fencing so it's not wood and it doesn't spread the fire quickly? Do we need to go to some type of fire retardant fencing to try to save homes? What do we need to do? And so we begin to look at that. Again, the spacing between the buildings, what type of materials are we using? Because again, in the South, if you did, multi-family housing or you did townhomes together, they're typically vinyl siding, right? We don't see that here. But again, one fire starts and it moves very quickly. So again, making sure we're using the right material. So it's a very big conversation. And when you start talking about crime and you start talking about, well, if we build apartments, is it going to bring a bunch of crime? It's very hard to give you an exact answer because it depends on a lot of social economical issues related to an individual that may be living in a wide variety, whether it is a single family home or it's an apartment. And so for an example, we may have, I pulled 8 properties that we would classify as multifamily and looked at them. And so you may see one area have more calls for service, but they're not generating very many reports, right? It may very well simply be because the neighbor next door is playing their music too loud. So we knock on the door, we're like, hey, do you mind turning it down? Thank you very much. It's not always crime-based every time we show up to a location. It is sometimes what we would classify as simply a quality of life issue. Maybe it's a parking issue in the parking. Somebody's in their spot, right? Maybe it's because somebody's over the line. They're taking up 2 spots. So a lot of the calls that we get. But I want to put it in perspective because when we begin to look at some of our commercial properties, they have just as high call volume than some of our apartment complexes combined. And so I won't throw any retailers under the bus, but you could probably figure that out. And so again, when you look at it, it depends on, there's driving factors for each thing. So we have some multifamily housing gets more calls than less. But we also have some houses in subdivisions get a lot more calls than everybody else. And so again, it's a balance of those things. Now, what we are doing, and we have been doing for quite some time, next slide. There we go. So we have been doing crime-free multi-housing. What this is, and what this has been, this is an initiative that we work with, again, multiple or multi-housing residents. So whether it's apartment, condos, whatever it is, we work with the management. This is something done through Dave Kennedy and Sarah and Arnie, who are our neighborhood resource officers. And so they work with management. I think we hold a class once a quarter, and there's usually 30 or 40 folks in there. And what this does is create that piece between public safety and between management to let them know what's going on in their building, what the challenges that we're having, what we're doing. Here it is. We don't force them to do anything, but it gets them to let them know, hey, here's a problem in your area, here's what we're seeing, here's what we're dealing with, here's what we do. So those reports and those conversations are happening on a weekly basis, if not on a daily basis. Now what we also...
Hey, Zach, why don't you just time for one quick second?
Oh.
That day is leaving. I just want to make sure everyone was able to say goodbye. Thanks.
Oh, okay. Bye. Thank you.
Sorry.
Totally threw me off now.
I know.
Thanks. I was on a roll.
Sorry.
So what it does is it allows management and public safety to work together. Now, if management decides to do something that's great, if they don't, that's fine too, but it lets them know, right? And again, a lot of it is quality of life issues, not necessarily crimes. And so again, having those conversations. Now, one of the other pieces that Longmont has kind of been very on the forefront, and I know Glenn and Sarah, Arnie, and Dave Kennedy have been having conversations, is as we begin to build more density, more multifamily locations, to make sure we use what's called crime prevention through environmental design, also known as SEPTED standards. What this does is essence, is use the environment. And I made some examples. So again, the apartment complex, you know what? You're required to put a depot or townhome on each arm. Alarms, make sure they all have alarms. Make sure that there's fencing. Make sure there's lighting. Again, make sure there's lighting in open spaces at dark time, right? It doesn't invite folks to hang out and linger in the shadows. Again, light makes people run away for some reason. So that has been a piece that we have talked about with Glenn and Joni and their staff about how do we get more of this into the code so that as council and as planning and zoning and folks begin to make decisions on the direction of our community, how do we use some of the best practices that are out there nationwide in SEPTED that allow us to try to create a safe environment for individuals. So I know that's a lot, and I could probably talk for about 45 more minutes on what we've got, but what I want to, I guess really what I hope that you take away is understanding that anytime you increase population, there's going to be additional requirements of public safety. Traffic accidents, traffic, people living together. There's just a wide variety of things, medical cars, whatnot. But there are programs and there are things that we are doing and have been doing for quite some time to build the relationships with those areas and begin to build relationships. So for example, we have over 400 properties documented in Longmont that are rentals. We have over half of those are part of our crime-free multifamily housing. You're not required to be a part of it, but about 50% of those are already involved with us and already getting the information they need on a daily basis to manage their communities that they have. Right? So I know there's probably a lot of questions, so I will open it up. Okay. Whoever wants to go for it, both of you raise your hand at the same time.
So is this crime prevention through environmental design, is this sort of what you're doing with some of our projects in regards to like where we place the laundry rooms and things like that?
It's a piece of it. What we're talking about on the laundry rooms is trauma-informed design based on the type of individuals we're going to be housing. But we do that, so Sarah's part of the housing authority. And so we are bringing the SEPTED component on it. So in Crispin right now, we're looking at changing fixtures because there's a dark spot. And we all know what happens in the dark spot. So that's the kind of input that we get on these projects. So yes, but it's a little bit different than on the design of the laundry rooms.
And I think the best example I can give you is speed bumps, right? We get a lot of complaints, people speeding through a neighborhood or speeding through, let's just say a apartment complex or a condo complex. Speed bumps force you to slow down. It doesn't require a law enforcement interaction, but the design itself requires an individual to either tear their car up or actually slow down through that community. So
You're
those types of
doing that
things.
in the parking lot, not on the street.
So what I'm talking, when I say that, I mean like the entrance to like an apartment, you guys line through the development.
Yeah.
Again, putting those physical barriers doesn't allow that vehicle to ride through there at 90 miles an hour, which is what we do. Oh, they're racing through here. But what it does is forces us. So through design standards, you can mediate or moderate or control some of the future complaints that you might get based on driving habits. Yes, ma'am.
So, this is kind of the other side of the crime-free multiple housing coin. Because it worries me a little bit as an equity issue. I understand that, especially for vulnerable populations, crime-free multi-housing is necessary for the safety of the people who live there. And yet, yesterday Harold Lee said, be careful because people are losing their housing. And one of the reasons they lose their housing is because they have committed crimes. Where do they go? Because the last thing we want is people who have committed crimes but are not incarcerated be on the street. So do we have a housing model that takes care of those people?
I think the model is really, no. I think the model is built on how do you do what you can to prevent that from ever occurring.
But it does.
And it does, because there are times you can't prevent that from occurring. And so when we look at the processes that we go through on the affordable housing side, it's exhaustive. And so when you hit that point, you have really gone through a litany of things where you try to work with the individuals, and it's just not changing. Now, on the other side of it, there is a piece where there are immediate issues that develop that are life safety related that you have to deal with. Shooting someone in the unit, threatening other people in the complexes, breaking into the office. I mean, those are components that you just have to deal with, but I think it goes to what Zach's saying, and here's one. When we look at the call volume from the properties in the housing authority, and we compare it to what it used to look like and what it looks like now, the call volumes are dramatically different in that it was not uncommon for us to see 10 to 15 calls per week at the suites. There are weeks we don't have any calls for service.
At the suites.
But we're seeing that uniform in all of our properties, and it is because if you don't do this, then it creates this.
And I understand all of those things, but what you're not saying is that that process, which makes the properties we manage safer and have fewer calls, also excludes some people. What I'm asking about is what happens to the people who are excluded?
I think it depends on the person.
Well, I'm telling you, I hear from the public who says we are excluding these people when they are on the streets. And when I say Longmont helps people into housing, or Longmont helps people avoid losing their housing, Longmont also helps people out of housing when they are difficult to live with and
infringing on the rights of others.
Infringing on the rights of others, but they don't lose their rights when that happens. And so I think there's a gap. I think we need to have a way to house people who are difficult to house.
This probably leads to, this is a little off topic for what these folks are here to talk about, but it certainly seems like what we're going to be doing next once we get through these two information pieces is asking you what does success look like in each of these areas. So I would maybe hang on to that because housing is next.
I just wanted to point it out at this point.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. Does anyone have any questions for Glenn or for Zach about particularly the crime rate for density? I want to make sure you have your questions answered.
Yeah, I appreciate you all answering this question for me because we have heard this several times. I know myself and have heard that question about if we increase the density within the city of Longmont, that is going to increase the crime rate. And I wanted you all to have the opportunity to present that, let us know if it was yes or no. And because we don't want to give false information, although we know that, you know, that it really didn't. And I appreciate the fact that just because the calls are being increased within the station, you know, people are hearing that, oh my gosh, you see the red lights going to this certain neighborhood. That doesn't mean it was a crime. It could have just been somebody playing the radio too loud and the officer coming over there. I don't know, but I appreciate you mentioning that. And also the fire side. Yeah, so that's very important too. And that we're dealing with the human race. We're dealing with people. So we can't control the choices that people make within their lives. All we can do is try to prevent what we can do in our own city and within our departments. And I appreciate the fact of having the crime prevention through environmental design. And I mean, I like the name of it too, that's pretty cool. But those are measurements that apartment complexes can take. Property owners can take these measurements, and like you said, you know, more than half are participate in the crime-free housing. That is key, you know. And so understanding that we have these programs for our community, for those who own housing, and we're not saying it's going to work perfectly fine for you. We're not saying that, because we cannot control another human being, but we can put measurements in place. You know, you can put measurements in place of like making sure you have deadbolts on your house. Same thing. So housing is needed in our community. It does not cause increase of crime in our community. But it doesn't, because we have more people, there may be more issues, there may be more speeding, there may be more complaints in our community. So I just want people to think outside the box a little bit and you know, contact our public safety department, contact our fire department to ask those questions, to get the facts, more so than spreading false information. And if we need to have another conversation about this, I would love to have another conversation with our community. But, you know, educating our community is very important when we hear the same stuff over and over again that's not true. And that's why I wanted to bring it up, because I know that you all are doing a lot of work and a very good job. So I just wanted to make sure that we put that out there. I don't know if I'm missing anything.
Hang on to that also as a success measure, right? So when we get into housing and I ask, what does success look like, right? Educating people on the density of the place.
So what's the difference between crime rate and numbers of crimes?
You talk about specifically for Longmont?
Well, if we're gonna, what I heard you say, and it just is logical, as the population grows, there'll be more calls for a variety of things.
Sure.
Some of it crime, some of it just nuisance kinds of things. So I don't think anybody should be surprised as our population grows, there'll be more calls for a variety of things. That's different, it seems to me. A rate is a calculation, right?
Right.
It's numbers of crimes per capita, numbers of crimes per automobiles, number of crimes per housing use. It's some metric, right?
Right.
So that's different
than
numbers of just the frequency of calls.
Correct.
Because it's conceivable in my mind, given what we're doing, we could have a growing population and a growing number of calls and a decreasing rate, actual crime rate. Mm-hmm. That would be an important statistic or metric for us to know when somebody says, you know, it's out of control. Well, we have a population that's growing. Who should be surprised? But you understand the actual rate is going down.
And
if it is.
I can certainly get that to council for the 2022 numbers for what we saw. But again, I think there's some confusion in those numbers too, because if you look at crimes that we have here doesn't mean it's by everybody that lives here in the population of Longmont. So again, we can look at some of our past incidents that have occurred that's made media attention, and we find out that those individuals don't live here. So again, when you start drilling into those numbers, you've got to begin to specifically look at those types of incidents, because it can give you a skewed sense of what it is. And so, for example, if you talk about motor vehicle theft, right? I know it's a hot topic, but we had an individual we arrested, I think it was 15 times over motor vehicle thefts. So again, it doesn't mean that 15 people in our population were doing it, it's one individual. And so, again, we can certainly get you the data of what our crime rate looked like and get that for you. I don't have it with me now. Certainly get that to council. But again, I think you have to dive even deeper into just a crime rate, 32% stolen motor vehicles. You've got to dive a little bit further and more into that than just the number itself. So, yes, sir, good question.
That's a thing too, that's part of SEPTID, right? Is if we engineer our full community to make fewer opportunities for people to come in here and commit crimes, that's part of the design too.
Correct. It is correct.
So I want to be real cognizant, because we want to get back to making sure that we understand the goal pieces before we part ways today. Are you all comfortable moving on to talk a little bit about street naming? All right, thank you both.
All right, thank you.
I'm going to invite Carmen to come up and join us, because the other one that we heard that was a specific kind of request around research was from Councilmember McCoy around the street naming process. And I've invited Carmen to come up and share a little bit about the equity work that we've been doing so far, particularly with respect to this topic. You can sit over there if you'd like to not have all those stuff. That's fine. Anywhere you want to go, Carmen. Anywhere you want to go. Talk a little bit about process. I think the request came up to do a task force in the process around street naming. And there's a little more context we think you could probably benefit from.
So, Carmen Ramirez, Community and Neighborhood Resources. Thanks for allowing me to come forward on this conversation. So I want to put up a few things just as background information that I think will be helpful. I want to start off with my understanding in regards to the naming of Mount Evans has been postponed due to getting additional tribal consultation. And what I will say on that is that what has been so important is when it comes to renaming is consulting with the very communities that are impacted. And that those voices are the ones that are up front in this. The last time that we did have a renaming, that was brought forward by community members out in the community. So if you recall, Shivington is now Sunrise, but that came from a community group that brought that forward.
That lived on the street.
They did not live on the street. So, and that's an important piece to note, that it came from communities who did not live on the street. It then elevated to the point that we had to have a community-wide conversation and then a neighbor conversation, and then assist the neighbors in understanding the importance of that name change, the why, and then assisting them with the how. So we helped with paying for postage to give out notice. Well, they picked the name because they lived there, and then helping them with change of addresses. Everything from postage to community meetings to help them understand what do you need to do with as your street name is changing. So that technical logistical piece is what Community and Neighborhood Resources assisted with. So we have that. We are now at this point. But I wanted to start with something else. So I want to start with our land acknowledgement. And when you hear this land acknowledgement, I think what the next step is to talk about actions. So, and this council is pretty much the council that adopted this land acknowledgement. So we acknowledge that Longmont sits on the traditional territory of the Cheyenne, Arapaho, Ute, and other indigenous people. We honor the history and the living and spiritual connection that the first people have with this land. It is our commitment to face the injustices that happened when the land was taken and to educate our communities, ourselves, and our children to ensure that these injustices do not happen again. When I read this out wherever I'm at, I immediately then go to the action, because we don't want this statement to be a token statement. It is a living statement. And so the way that we have brought life to this and created action, one started with our relationship with the Northern Arapaho. It took several years to build that relationship. I never would have imagined that I would be in a sweat lodge with council members and the mayor. And especially for me, because that's a very private part of my life. And now I've got council in a sweat lodge. But what it really hinged on was building relationships, getting to know one another, understanding the injustices that happen, and where do we create. So the first youth exchange that we did, before we do any youth exchange for the youth and for the parents and the chaperones, we go through what is called the doctrine of discovery. So we go through an exercise that shows the students and the parents and those that are chaperoning what that means and what that history is. But what I hear in a lot of Native communities is that we are not gone. We are not a part of history, or we are here. And if you'll see in our museum, we have this exhibit. I hope everybody gets to see it. It's called Duality. And it's that mixture of contemporary and traditional. There's a piece in there regarding boarding schools. We did a lot of education with the first council around the story of Northern Arapaho and Cheyenne and how the division had happened and how they were moved, right? We also did a lot of education around boarding schools for council and for community members. We also did a lot of education around a film called Two Rivers. And Two Rivers was a community that said, well, I moved here, but I think there might have been other people here before me. Who are they? Where are they? And how do we rebuild relationships? And rebuilding of the relationships has been key. So when I see this, I laminated this because it has a land acknowledgement and it has a picture of the first youth that came down. All 10 of them stayed at my house because we had to understand that I could not do a traditional where you send them out to a home, right? Many of the kids have never left the reservation. I'm not going to put them in a home where they don't know. Okay, so we've progressed. Our youth go up there. So just as you saw with Sister Cities, our youth are going to Japan, to Mexico, to Northern Arapaho. But not only our youth, we have community members that have formed that. I think Dr. Waters took a ride up to Northern Arapaho, up to Wind River, to meet and talk to people, to hear stories. We have a meeting next week set with business council members to talk about open space and what are opportunities. All of these are initial conversations because we want to be careful to tend to the relationship and to be culturally appropriate and sensitive. Right? It's a heavy conversation. If you haven't seen, we have a little documentary called Little by Little. And it tells the story. More importantly, that same month, during Native American month, we did a series of films. But we also brought in people from Northern Arapaho to have a conversation. And I think Dr. Waters recalls one of the things that my husband...
Vividly.
Do you want to share that?
Well, Ray was sharing, he was in North Carolina, as I recall.
Yes.
And there was a panel that included leadership from a tribe there. And the topic of reparations came up.
Yes.
And there was an audience member, as I recall the story, who reacted to the idea of reparations, saying, you know, I'm not responsible for what my grandfather did or my father did.
Right.
Don't hold me accountable. In Ray's description of the leader, right, of this indigenous people sitting on the stage said, you know, I would never hold you accountable. If your grandfather or your father stole a horse from my family, I would hold you accountable unless you still have the horse. Pretty powerful statement.
So I think we are looking at opportunities on a one-on-one to relationship build, to bring in and make visible communities of color. We do that in different fashions, but we're really working on that. And sometimes what happens is that good stuff that happens isn't necessarily known by everybody. But we also want to be mindful of investing to create that consciousness so that it is at a higher level. I will tell you that to this day, we used to have an event called Inclusive Communities that highlighted about 15 different cultural groups local. We had our African American community, our Chinese, our Nepalese, our Native American community, our Sami community. Believe it or not, we got a couple folks that are Samis, and we would bring them forward to this. And so I'm mentioning all this because I think it's important in your conversation to be mindful of where do we invest to raise that community consciousness? Where do we invest to continue to have challenging conversations? Longmont Multicultural Action Committee has worked on last year a Voices of Change. And they brought through and we had a Voices of Change panel on hate crimes. And we had someone from the NAACP and Elk Boulder, the LGBTQ community, and the DA's office, as well as one on the Latino community and then one on the Native American community. Those continuations, I think, are really helpful in that raising of consciousness. But I also think that it is you as leaders, those steps that you want to take in regards to whether it's retribution or whether it's consciousness raising. I will leave that in your hands to discuss, but I thought this information might be helpful. So,
do you have a recommendation for us on this particular request from Councilmember McCoy? Does it make more sense to take this as part of the relationship building with the Northern Arapaho tribe or Multicultural Action Committee? Is there a recommendation that you have for the council?
Well, and I'm biased.
Aren't we all?
I'm biased because I really believe that the work that we're doing through Sister Cities and the work that we're doing through the Multicultural Action Committee has a potential to reach that education and when we talk about education, how to really be authentic of telling the true story, right? And whose story, and who gets to be the storyteller. So when we meet with Northern Arapaho about open space, we want them to be the ones telling the story. That means the good and the bad. I recently had a conversation about sandstone and what story is told there on Sand Creek. It's only one version. So we're going to work with them to tell another one. So I think it's a choice. Do you want to take on this issue, or do you want to invest in other ways where we can continually raise that consciousness and that education, given that it is very hard to reach the whole community, right? But I think it also is important in that recognition of why names are changing. There's an article that was circulating regarding the state taking a pause and going back. But I wanted to call out something else in that article of some name changes that happened, because this is not just a Native American issue. There used to be a place called Negro Creek and Negro Mesas, right? Didn't even know, right? It's been changed to Clay Creek and Clay Mesa. There are communities that still have sundown lots, right? So there is an importance piece to that as to looking back at names, places, as well as policies and laws that maybe were placed there for a very specific, to be derogatory, to limit access, those kinds of things. So I will leave that conversation. As I said, I'm biased that the community work that we're doing in building bridges. I had a young man who was here today when Ciudad Guzman came. We brought in folks from Northern Arapaho to do a teepee raising. We had fry bread, and we also had a film on buffalo. And it's a young man from here, a young white man who came up to me and was kind of tearful and thanked us for giving him the opportunity. Because he said, I would never have had this opportunity. And then having young people, and I think Dr. Waters and Susie were in the council chambers when our Longmont youth and our Northern Arapaho youth took over the council chambers. They became council, and I won't say, but they voted on building dorm rooms for the youth center and the swimming pool, right? Yes. So they already gave you direction on what their needs were. So I will tell you that since we've started this, Sister Cities hired a Northern Arapaho young woman to be their summer intern during last summer. I frequently have people staying at my house because this is a place where they feel welcome and they feel at home. I think that piece of, and Lee Spoonhunter said this when we did the signing for the Northern Arapaho. He said, I've heard stories of my homeland. I'm not gonna say his age, but he's older. And he said, I have never been to Estes, and I've heard stories. Dr. Waters remembers, I heard stories of why we came through here, right? And to feel welcome, and to feel like we can enter into a conversation, a present day conversation, not a past day conversation. But I also think it's important to fix those mistakes from the past too at some point. So I know I didn't answer the question.
Fair enough. I appreciate your wisdom, Carmen. So I want to be really cognizant of the time. We have an hour left. I know Councilmember Yarborough has to leave at 3. We have an hour left. We've got 4 goals that we would like to talk about what the success will look like to kind of finish out today. Is there more conversation you'd like to have about?
I just have comments on that. Thank you, Carmen. I really do appreciate that. And the purpose of bringing this up is that I think we should, as a community, be cognizant of when there are efforts to make a change, like we're seeing with Mount Evans, to not be tone deaf to the situation, and it's not just the Northern Arapaho. You know, I think of people like my wife's sister's husband. His mother grew up in an internment camp, not here, but in California. You know, we have another relationship with Japan. You know, I'm not proposing in any stretch of the imagination going through and looking at changing every thing. I think it's a good thing to have this practice in place. Talking to Carmen, it looks like they now look at these things, names of streets when we do new development. I think there's room in there for maybe that group to consider looking at this as well. And I just think that we certainly don't want to, with a community where we're talking about sustainability and safety and all these other aspects, not address that point. And so I think there's, you know, we've got a historic preservation commission, we've got these other community groups that can do some of this work here, and we can field it out to them, and it wouldn't be that big of a challenge for them to help move this forward. But I also think that you don't have to live on the street to feel slighted, wronged, or have a grievance. And so I think that it's a step in the right direction. It's progressive in the sense of respecting others. And so I think it's something that we should consider doing. And it's, I just, you know, when I hear members of the public that are against it, really is, I think it's a tone deafness to the realities of how people would feel. And so we have to be conscious of these things.
As a city, it certainly makes sense, I think, for us to follow maybe the state lead, particularly Mount Evans, as a specific one single topic. But perhaps relying on the Longmont Multicultural Action Committee bringing this up, that this is a concern that the council has, that may be a better way than creating a separate task force.
Absolutely. And then there may be limitations to what we're willing, maybe we're gonna limit it to the various characters out there, but maybe not presidents, and things like that. I don't know what our parameters would be, but we can talk, they can talk amongst themselves about what that looks like.
You guys want to weigh in?
Yeah, I think it's always good to have conversations like this. Many of us don't know about the names of the city, but if someone brings it up, it's worth a conversation and exploring. And if the person that brings it up wants to do, because it is their issue to begin with, to do some research and help us along. How does that relate to Colorado and Longmont in particular, or does it? Or get the conversation started. It'll be a long road. And again, looking at our base level of services, I don't think this is something that staff should be put on. But OMAC would be a good place to start to have a conversation.
So to start a consultation.
Exactly.
That's all.
Yeah, I support that.
Other thoughts?
So we, going forward, this is in the basket for LMAC, or if there are community groups or whomever. This is not something that we're going to move forward with. Is that where we are?
That's what I am thinking right now. We're
not that you wouldn't give a community group.
I think what I heard Carmen say, she said a number of things that we're thinking about. But among them is to be real mindful of not, as we're building a relationship, to be really careful that we don't do something in the interest of doing good that has an unintended consequence, that has an effect on the larger relationship building effort. I think that's part of what I heard.
That's what I heard.
Which is good guidance. Yeah. I like your words. Your words were good.
Good words.
Thank you.
Good words, Carmen.
If LMAC doesn't want to take it on, then LMAC doesn't take it on. It would just be, go ahead.
So my question would be, what would you like to ask LMAC? We currently are going to start a very small kind of needs assessment around our cultural communities and issues that are happening in the community. But if you were, how do I state the question to LMAC?
Are you interested in researching this name of Evans and how does it relate, and how it relates to Longmont, Colorado? There may be somebody on the LMAC board that individually would be interested, but that's all I would ask. And if they say no,
So you're asking for consultation, what does LMAC recommend for the city council?
And how would they rank that as far as their priorities?
Exactly.
What really needs to be done?
Exactly, but it doesn't have to ask.
Yes.
Carmen, it seems to me that what LMAC is already doing is having the awareness of multicultures pervade our communities. And when what done looks like there is that the community says, oh, this in our community is insensitive, let's change it, rather than us imposing it on a community, as it happened before. And so I think that, well, we, the public, not necessarily the council, but the public needs to get more behind LMAC and support their events and donate and, all that stuff to enable them to do their multicultural outreach in our city now, that in terms of the approach they're taking, it's already the right approach.
So let's do a real fast thumbs up and thumbs down if we want to ask LMAC if they're interested in pursuing a discussion.
And would Councilman McCoy want to come and, okay. They're meeting the second Monday of every month at noon typically, so I know that wouldn't work, but we could figure out a way around it. And I wanna just very quickly tell you about how things like that got initiated. So well, everybody here knows that the largest Day of the Dead in the state of Colorado is here in Longmont. So we had the largest Day of the Dead celebration. Does everybody know what question was asked that started it? So our former museum director who's passed away, Martha Clevenger, asked the question as to why do Latinos not come to the museum? And we gathered a group of Latinos and we asked that question and they said, we didn't know we were welcome. And what do you have that would be meaningful and attract us? And we created the Day of the Dead. And that became more and more bigger, right? Much like inclusive communities, we've outgrown all of our facilities. Sometimes those questions are really helpful to us finding a way to really highlight our communities of color, our GLBT community, as an asset in our community and not that deficit lens. So I point that out. Cinco de Mayo is the only celebration in the state of Colorado where there is no alcohol and no tobacco. It is family oriented. We don't know those historical pieces that also created change, or those historical stories that also, inclusive communities started because there was a group of folks that felt that council, our decision makers, did not see our communities of color. So we brought them into the Civic Center Mall, and when the Tongans and the Peruvians were having a dance-off and no one wanted to go into city council meeting, city council said, well, I think we should find another place. But the interactions, the relationships that happened, I think were very important. Everybody knows Rita Lu and the amazing work that she has done around Chinese New Year's. So I think those relationships are key. Thank you.
Okay, the taskmaster and me is back. You have 4 main areas, and our question is, what does success look like? So shall we start with housing? Is that your most important top priority? Throw them out to me. What does success look like to you all when we have achieved housing?
I have one.
Yes.
That the people who work here can afford to live here. That if they so choose to live here, I'm thinking about our teachers, our police department, our city staff. Anyone who lives here, so.
Love it. What else?
When we have no more safe lots.
Because they're no longer needed.
Yep.
Okay? I'm assuming. Because they're no longer needed.
Exactly.
Yeah. What else? What does success look like?
Does that mean that there is always a vacancy when someone needs it? Because that's what no more safe lots would mean.
Would that be a sub-point then?
Well, safe lots are people who live and work here. So it tags along with what Susie's saying, that the people.
Sure, no, but I mean, if we have no more safe lots, what safe lots are usually short transitions, right? Somebody falls out of their housing and they can be rehomed pretty quickly. When you say no more safe lots, does that mean that there are enough units that there's always a vacancy?
I would suggest enough units, But if you want there to always be a vacancy, there's also this balance of trying to make sure that you don't have too many vacancies.
Yes, yes, but there are always vacancies.
How about- There's
Not
always-
just in the LHA, but in all communities, there are always vacancies.
Marcia, there are enough units for those who need them. What else?
It's not, probably not about numbers of units. Certainly, I would salute what's up there. But God, if we could somehow, for me, success would be living in a community less characterized by NIMBYs. And I don't know, how much, how responsible we are or can be for, bending or altering, that perception. But Harold, I think in one of your slides yesterday, you used the other acronym, not NIMBY, but
Yes.
YIMBY. Please, in my somehow we could, alter that.
That was actually Glenn's inspirational goal.
Yes.
Well, I saw it somewhere and it caught my attention, that we could, well, have some influence on it. I know we don't own it, or people aren't gonna change their minds till they change their hearts. But somehow, we gotta figure out how to address that. Maybe it's just basic economics, that, the fear that people have, that a different kind of housing unit in my neighborhood somehow is gonna diminish my housing value, which I don't think there's any evidence for.
And the crime stuff that.
Or it's the crime issue.
Well, I think where council plays into this, when you go, what do we need from you? I think in the last community conversation, or not, the last copy of council, I believe it was Mayor Peck and Councilmember Yarborough that were at that, and they were hearing it. And I think when you talk about that, they said, we need housing, and here's why we need housing, because with these issues, and I think there was really kind of that point of digging into that topic, I guess, in my backyard by saying, here's what we need. And so I think those are examples to say, well, how do we own it? And what do we, I think that's what we need to talk about. So I think there's a way to incorporate that in.
Well, it does seem to, for me, to be something that the council can have in some impact.
Help it for sure.
There's a matter of mobility. So as people move through their lives, where they need to live changes. I hear, because of being on the senior advisory board, there's people trapped in their big houses, and they neither have the ability to downsize because the stock doesn't exist, or because it's as expensive as their house, and nor do they have the ability to make their house more accessible. That would allow them to stay there. So that's it's a nuance, but it is also a code-related thing. How do you make your upper story into an ADU? And how do you find the money to do that so that you can still live on the bottom? There's all kinds of real, there are barriers that we don't know we have in our code, because doing those things is so expensive.
I think it's a great point. We almost need to layer in that life cycle journey and journey map new home buyers to this point, maximize your needs, and then I think that's a good way to think about it.
So Marcia, I characterize that as housing is accessible and flexible for various stages of life.
Everybody who wants to move up or down can.
Any other ones on housing? I think we're building as fast as we can.
So, the only other question we had, and it's something we heard from Shaquille yesterday. In the first slide that Glenn put up, he had the two excerpts from the code to speak to, I think, the missing middle that we've talked about before. I guess if I had a better understanding of what percentage of new housing stock that's either proposed or under development would fit the category missing middle. And as if there's anything we're doing with code, because in the lightning round, that would be a question I would have. Is there anything we have to do with code that would enable or incent or signal that we'd like to see more of the missing middle developed?
So yeah, we can answer it. Valerie has it.
Do that slide up. I have a whole lot of slides.
There's a lot of code work we have to do. Because I think if you said today, is there anything coming in the housing stock that would fall into the attainable? Talking for stuff. The attainable, no. I mean, I think the closest project that I've seen was some townhome duplex off of 66 in Alpine. And while I did go into them, by the way. While they say from the 500s, the reality was it was 650, I think was the lower end of some of those. And so I think we're starting to see some of it come in a little bit, or we think it may come in, but the economics are really driving that. We see zero for sale, affordable outside of what Habitat for Humanity is doing.
We had the presentation a couple of years ago from the consultant, and it was all about the missing middle. It was a good presentation. And we identified everything from street widths to sidewalk widths to numbers of trees, and building materials, neighborhood character, all those things that would have shown up in code, but we've never gone back to it. That I recall, we've never had a follow-on conversation. I don't know, I'm looking at Joni to see she's.
Well, no, because I was the planning director then.
So
I believe council did not direct us to move forward with several of those things. So missing middle could be a lot of things, right?
That's the direction.
Yeah, and it could be as simple as, do you allow 2 ADUs per lot? I mean, if you allow more duplex, triplex, I think some of those, while we've changed our code and have loosened up what the standards are between an attached single family and detached single family, I think we have a lot of NIMBY around those types of things in existing single family neighborhoods. We are a predominantly 4 unit per acre density community, right? So that shift of that kind of housing, I think, is absolutely on board, but it's gonna take some.
Feels like I took us down a rabbit hole, and I apologize. But so the success indicator would be that if we could calculate percentages of new housing stock to fit a particular category, we could mark improvements in that type of housing stock over the next 5 years or 10 years or whatever.
And part of what's going to come out of this is you can see this is what we were working on the last couple of years. You all approved the price calculations. You all gave us direction on the securities. The housing assessment that's coming in is something that I think will inform some of this. I'm starting to see the preliminary numbers. Shocking. Just on the rental side, we're short. That's the piece that, that'll inform, I think, setting the basis of how we're preparing and what we're doing. And I think and you can see some of these other code changes that are associated with it. The attainable fee waiver, that's what you all have directed us to do. That's going to be coming on April 4th. That's what took a long time to figure out. The deed restrictions associated with it, and then the design standards to allow more flexibility with utility setbacks, because the way we're going to work ourselves through this housing piece, and I think Councilmember Rodriguez has talked about this, is density. Because the model that we have in our single family structure will not produce attainable and affordable homes. And so we're having to look at how do we maximize density to really hit those for sale products so that you can actually have a wealth generation component to this, because if people are always renting, there's no wealth generation and you keep people in cycles. And as you're thinking of what does success look like, I think there's another indicator that, you know, I would throw out is, you know, maybe, and we can work on this, but what I told you all yesterday about housing is, I think, how we communicate it to our residents is really important, because we have a housing crisis that will become a financial crisis and an economic development crisis as we can't hire people and when they can live in our communities. And at times, it can become an operational crisis. So if we have to continue to relook at our boundaries to where our operations staff can live with response times, and we have to keep pushing that further out, there is a tangible impact of the service we provide to the community. And it's not just us, it's the schools, and it's the employer base. And as I said yesterday, the ultimate risk is people can't hire the employees to work in these places, and then they end up having to make other decisions, which then creates a spin cycle that you see in cities all the time. You can look at the Midwest and see where they suffer through that. So, kind of rehashing some things to have you all think about what does success look like. You know, more, you know, let's back out to like 30,000 people. What does success look like?
Is that question on the table? Because I don't know whether we do it with demonstration neighborhoods or highlighting the demonstration neighborhoods that we already have, like Blue Vista, which is so gorgeous in the summertime, you know. But we need acceptance. You know, we don't need nice, lovely townhome developments at Bone Farm and at Champion Greens, and the resistance is astounding. We need to do something to obtain acceptance, and I think some model PUDs in one of the areas of change. You know, I just talked, and Taylor's not here now, but he also talked to a journalist from The Guardian who is writing about Prospect and why it is both a perfect and an imperfect example of new urbanism, and why it didn't change the culture of the community, or at least I hope that's what she writes about. But we can do model communities that, and I know it's going to be a lot of work, right? but there need to be ways to change the public attitude about density and seeing how wonderful a community that is more dense, more walkable, more varied can actually be.
I was just going to say, in a certain concept, you can only do that by actually building it, in the sense that I remember all the pushback around the Roosevelt Park apartments, right? And then now nobody bats an eye when they go by, right? And I think it's the same thing. Change is scary for a lot of people, but once it happens, they tend to adapt to it. The adaptability of the human, you know, of humans is pretty remarkable once they're faced with it. And so sometimes you just gotta make hard decisions and put the things where they belong.
So you know what you need? Think so, are we ready to move on? Yes.
So,
early childhood, what does success look like?
Is it child or child care?
Well, I've always seen this is Harold.
Early childhood, which would include child care.
Okay.
Yeah, the way I've always heard it is early childhood care and education. Does that seem appropriate?
Actually, it's referenced frequently to early care and education.
Success looks like.
Every student, at least within our city limits, to the degree that parents want them are placed in an environment that is developmentally appropriate, affordable, accessible, and high quality. I should probably add 0 to 5.
Okay, and 0 to 5, because we did have this as 3 to 4.
Right.
Yeah, so every child, yeah. 0 to 5.
Can we get the neighborhood aspect of it in there somewhere? We should be able to build one in a location where it's not there. It's just like a food desert.
So part of what we're looking at is childcare deserts. So there's no childcare deserts.
That's part of the accessible, affordable.
Yeah.
You want to say
Yeah.
local?
Child and accessible.
Yeah. You know, when you're a parent who has to work, you want your kid to either be close to home or close to work. You don't want to have to drive 25 minutes if your kid has fallen on their head.
Nearby. Do whatever that is, work or wherever. I'm gonna do a real quick duplicate of this slide. It's getting real tiny, which is my problem and not yours. Okay. What else?
Well, I just would maybe.
That may be it.
No, I would add that every 5-year-old, at least living within the city limits of Longmont, I wish we could expand that to at least the St. Bray Valley School District, arrives in kindergarten school ready.
You know, I'm not ready to put visions or anything on any other cities. Yeah.
I'm not.
Yeah, he said Longmont.
I'd like
Every
to.
5 year
Oh,
old.
I thought you said.
I'd like to, no, I.
Okay, got it.
Already for kindergarten. Right? Did I catch it?
Arrive school ready?
Yeah, arrive at kindergarten school ready.
Our school ready. Arrive at kindergarten.
School ready.
School ready. Thank you.
I don't think you should put 5-year-old there, because my 4-year-old grandson's going to kindergarten. I mean, I don't think we should put one on.
So every incoming kindergartner
Yes.
in the city limits arrive.
I always put it in school ready.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's better.
Now you can say arrives and get out.
Arrives at-
Arrives
Yeah.
at, arrives school.
Okay. Any other ones for this one? Might go on
Just
up.
say amen.
Amen.
I was gonna give you an amen earlier. Just seemed that inappropriate at the moment, but I just worked it on.
I'll always take an amen.
Transportation. Phil, you want to come up and join if you want?
Well done.
Christina?
It was quick, yeah.
Your joke, don't get It's okay. Transportation. And, you know, I would argue on your vision, you're talking about mobility, you're talking about, you know, more than one type of transportation. So, what does success look like?
Thanks for saying those.
Multimodal transportation, accessibility.
For all residents, or for all people. For all Longmonters. Mobility for all. Mobility for all.
Well, I'm going
Yeah, I think that's
So,
Almost.
I think, I'm sure the other council members probably got a string of emails, all similar.
Hang on, Aaron, I want to make sure everyone's able to hear you. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
I think most of the council members probably also got emails in the last day or two that were all specific to connectivity issues, where yes, we have bike infrastructure here, but it doesn't connect anywhere, right? And so I would think that connectivity is built out, or something along those lines, where our full connectivity is built, something along those lines. I don't know, because that's what it's spent on that one.
What do you think?
Ubiquitous.
Do you think it's full connectivity, Phil, or do you think it should be?
Did you say ubiquitous?
Ubiquitous means everywhere.
Coverage, right.
Well, I tend to like it to, and I tend to think that we want to keep it at the level of some of our community members that might not understand that term. I understand that the meaning of it, I think that some might not, so rephrase that.
Complete connectivity of transportation modes?
I like the way that sounds. Because then it's not just bike or ed or whatever.
But you want to talk about safety too. You want to talk about how that Vision Zero concept in regards to, so that they feel like they can get out there, that they can cross the street, they can, especially at busy street or on Main Street or whatnot, and that they don't have to take the life into their own hands.
Unlikely, but the goal is 0 crashes, right?
Yes. Yes.
So if we had 0 crashes, that would be a success.
Well, we talked about 0 fatalities, 0
fatalities.
severe crashes.
Severe crashes.
Yeah. We understand that there's going to be accidents and crashes, right? So.
And Vision Zero also prioritizes your pedestrians.
Yeah.
It's also saying that we have whether it's realistic or not, we aspire to not have anyone die as a result of traffic or our streets.
Yeah, I thought it was 0 traffic fatalities for any traffic. Does that sound right?
That's what it's about.
Because prioritizing just pedestrians doesn't hit cyclists or
No.
people on the street.
But I think it's put them higher up on
Do all of the traffic. Walkers.
Right, it's switching, we were talking about with the transportation mobility plan that we want to get going in the next couple of months here, really. It's flipping the narrative so that we're really talking about pedestrians first, bicycles second, transit riders.
Okay.
Not necessarily first, second, third, but
No.
aspire to have them at a higher level of focus and always focusing on trying to move traffic, trying to move cars.
I think it's moving from a car-centric focus just to human focus. A human focus.
Is you can manage without a car. That the city welcomes people without personal vehicle ownership.
Well, it's like, it's not a requirement. That should be, to your point.
Gotcha.
I mean, that puts money back in people's pockets in so many different ways. It just.
Right? Owning a car is not a requirement.
It's $12,000 a year without the payment.
You're counting insurance.
Yeah.
Maintenance.
Yeah, insurance, maintenance,
Gas
fuel,
line.
gas line.
Another interesting goal of transportation, and I'm going to interject myself a little bit, is you're going to see some overlap. The transportation system facilitating affordable and attainable housing. Because I think we often forget about that, but a robust transportation system will facilitate that housing component.
Yeah, I mean, we have some developments now that are that Levittown sort of winding sort of streets that are so difficult to get any sort of external transportation down that is was really cool looking and edgy at the time when we were putting it in, but completely disconnected to the reality of getting people from point A to point B without using a car.
That's very insightful. Okay, one more. Everybody all right? Give me a thumbs up if we're good.
That's good, thank you, Bill.
Thank you, Phil. Come on back. Steens. To some extent, implement the plan, right? But could be too narrow-minded about that. Or seize the opportunity. Lightning round. The other thing that occurred to me was Councilmember Waters in this particular section mentioned the idea of being able to seize the opportunities as they come up in this area.
So North or Main Street, is it specifically to the downtown area, or are we talking about the extension?
You want to see the whole?
The whole, because
Okay, this brings me up to a thing that's kind of always bugged me a little bit. Is sometimes we get suggestions of what Longmont should get from Dr. Cog in regards to the sort of industry that comes in and that sort of thing. And it always felt like it was kind of like, hey, I think you guys should get that stuff, but but might have been kind of edgy and cool, or maybe diversify our employment base was kind of sometimes looked over, and it just kind of was one of those things that I was just kind of, but stuck in the back of my mind is kind of an issue that when you say seize opportunities, how? Because sometimes, like you mentioned today about having a group that you should come in and relocate here and everything. But are we attracting those diverse businesses? And we're seizing opportunities. How?
So your point is not only seize the opportunities as they present themselves, but also actively work to attract opportunities.
Yeah.
Is that what you're thinking?
Yes, to that point, to your point about Dr. Hawkins, it makes me laugh a little bit, is that recently, and I would say in the past year and a half, there's a lot of pushback to Dr. Hawkins from the directors on some of the things that they bring up. Because as we all individually look at our municipalities and overall vision for Dr. Hawkins, we fit. So a lot of it. So not only actively work to attract opportunities, but opportunities that we want in our city, not just anything that comes along.
Well, I think you have some vision plans that indicate what the Main Street corridor plan is.
Well, for me, I know we had entertainment and all of that. When I visited the high schools and we all know that the youth want something that's fun. And it would be really nice that if we can have something with the youth in mind. Where we can have our younger generation that will also utilize that space and be proud of it.
I would go a little further on that. Architecture. Okay. Yeah. That keeps our youth in our city. I mean, many of them go to other cities, so it would be not just educate ourselves on what, I don't know how to say it, but up to date, like Harold brought up gaming, because that is the new thing that kids want.
Well, it doesn't have to be just kids. I mean, young adults too. I mean, young adults go to Denver because it's nothing to do here.
So that a young adult is cute.
She's done about herself, right? And that's an economic development thing too.
Yeah, it's kind of like those movies in the park, and that sort of thing. Like, could you make an area that was almost like a drive-in movie theater for gaming sort of aspects in certain aspects of that, certain times of the year, that would be show everyone one weekend, maybe have a gaming aspect outdoors the next week. But I don't know how to make that worded to fit here.
The bullets 2 and 3, for me, imply a real proactive approach on the part of city staff. In this list of this part of the list of priorities, because there are others above this, it just feels like this one, as much as I love the work we've done, ought to be more opportunistic as opposed to proactive or responsive. But there's some work required to draw something to which you can respond, which would be a real clear, crisp, compelling vision of possibilities in this part of town. It's not labor, maybe it's labor intensive to develop that kind of vision. We've got a head start on it. But if we're going to list 2 and 3, if that's how we're going to measure progress, then a year from now, there ought to be some accountability. So how did we promote and who did we promote to? And I'm just not certain that that's where we need to put you right now as staff.
I would feel like number 3 you sort of acted on last time by asking youth services to, make recommendations around stadium money, which I think fits right into that.
So, how is the River Corridor team doing?
How is
the Collective Impact River Corridor team doing? Maybe the council needs a readout from them before before we codify that bullet point completely.
So maybe this is work with LADP.
Yeah, that's what I was going to suggest, because the LADP knows what council is looking for, rather than just work, commercial places for people to work. We've got Smuckers and we're in Costco. Can we also have a different vision that LADP would keep your eyes open for?
Yeah, right. Because that helps them to see the opportunity.
So success for me, especially with Main Street, and I hear it oftentimes because the east side, I don't know if you get some from North Main, or 2 side, I'm sure you get equal amount as I do. That all sections of Main Street are, that have robust economic opportunities, businesses, and vitality. I'll let you, run your magic on those words. But I would like to see that all areas are given equal attention to.
And do you mean that you would want to approach them for the additional taxation that's the downtown house? Or do you mean?
It could be, if we're exploring the area of an uptown authority, that's something Harold and I had.
Yeah, so Joni's talking about this. I think, I'm gonna latch on to comments you all made about where others would do it, but maybe we reach out to the chamber. And ask the chamber to really lead that initiative with the businesses on North Main Street to look at the creation of a general improvement district or something so that we can have the same funding sources. It's a time save. If we do it, then it's the same people who are doing housing.
But if there are other people that we can engage with and have them take the lead, absolutely.
The merchants need to take the lead.
Yes.
The chamber could guide them.
Facilitate that, because I think when I talk to business owners, a lot of it is they don't know how. It's like they don't have time. So if they have somebody who's facilitating that and leading the way, I think a lot of people would get on.
Yeah, they yell at me because downtown's in my word. They say, why did you let all the downtown? Downtown gave it to themselves.
That's what I explained too.
So could we just add in there also the Latino chamber, because there's that section of 9th Avenue there that has such a strong grouping of Latino-owned businesses that it just seems like such a logical spot that have that really developed in such a strong.
Even for the
One of the challenges of North Main is the number of businesses that are in buildings owned by a landlord someplace else. In contrast to downtown.
Yes. Yeah.
Right? It was the property owners downtown that voted, they created the district, and voted, right, to tax themselves. In Uptown, that's going to require landowners who are not business owners. That's the tension on North Main. I was in a conversation once with folks about where to start with that, maybe in terms of a co-op, in terms of purchasing and maintenance custodial service, as a way to test the ideas. that is where maybe maybe the chamber can help, just see what's possible. But I know that the ownership issues are so different from uptown.
But maybe we could get one of our local banks to put together an investment plan that would persuade both the tenants and the landlords to somehow come up with a solution, or would enable them to. And, not over.
Oh. Sorry.
Well, I think that's certainly a start. Any more, I think, would be a little hard to manage.
So my proposal is for you to rely on your CEO now to bring back goals and metrics that would follow along with these desires with success.
I thought you had too much to do.
Well.
But how do you know what to do?
That was on bullet 3 on yesterday's slide. Or the next on the last side, bullet 3, goals and measurable outcomes.
Yep.
Yes.
And I think you've given us something.
He offered that up.
Yeah.
I thought he offered that up.
I feel like I heard that,
Yeah.
yes.
What this does is, what we were doing is really keeping you here, and then we will take this. It's manageable enough, if you look at the last list, it looks like this. This is manageable enough that we can take this. And I think in fairly short order, dig into it. This will be the work that this group is going to be engaging in the next few weeks in terms of how we do this. Obviously, we'll bring in strategic integration into this, and we'll build that onto this so that we will report to you, but you will also have the ability to go in on your own and see it. And the community.
Can we talk about this going forward as our work plan, not the council work plan?
Yes.
It always bothered me a little bit that you didn't own our work plan, not you. And the staff didn't necessarily own our work plan. It shouldn't be our work plan, it's the council work plan. It should be something on which we are all working together, and there's accountability for all of us.
I agree. I think this is a little bit of this was a different process where it was a collective give and take as we were moving through this, which this is our work plan.
Okay, so I'm recognizing that it is 5 until 3, and I know that Maria Arbro needs to head off at 3. Do you want to offer any ordinances before you go? And then we'll take a break and stay a few more minutes. Well, then a lightning round it is. Are you ready? Okay. What ordinances would you like to review? Recognizing everything you heard today about workload and priorities and everything you just laid out there for us, what would you like to review?
So I've got one that doesn't have to be immediate, but maybe has 18 months to be worked out. And that is section 14.32.040, residential self-generation rate.
I only got 14.3. What?
14.32.040.
Okay.
Residential self-generation rate. It can allow 200% of last year's consumption and fix the problem where if you don't have access to that, you can't get permits at all. And it needs to be tied into some incentives for either solar plus battery or other electrification incentives, and it needs to be tied to the capacity of the neighborhood. So, just like you can only have so many short-term rentals in an area, or I don't even know whether we ended up implementing that or not, but we discussed it pretty hard. But similarly, it needs to be kind of a first come, first served situation to tie it to the capacity of the grid in the neighborhood, or the consumer can pay for the upgrade. if the consumer can, we have consumers who have already done that, paid for upgraded service to the house. And I'm not trying to dictate all of that, I'm just saying, all this stuff has to be in it, and we aren't gonna know what needs to be there for about 18 months, and so I thought, it doesn't have to happen that fast.
I heard you mention the word storage, did you want that in there?
Yeah, I said storage, I said
Okay.
integrate solar plus battery or electrification plus solar.
Right here, David, storage.
Storage in another column, because it's tied to the capacity.
Yeah.
It's sort of a separate item.
Right, yeah. We don't want to legislate getting you in trouble.
Okay, what else? This is a lightning round.
I'm not gonna give you code numbers, but whatever we need to address in code to address the missing middle, the bundle of missing middle, maybe I should say the bundle of code changes to address the missing middle housing stock that we've talked about before, we just didn't get direction, and is a reflection of what we heard from Shakir yesterday. That would be one. Secondly, I think we ought to not to ignore walk anymore. That we ought to get back. I don't know if it's the STR or the short-term rental ordinance to refocus on that and what we are allowing or not, and the reasons why.
STRs for ADUs.
Well, I don't know. I don't.
ADUs and STRs, because it's actually safer if the tenant is right there on site.
That's true.
Yeah,
I don't need to argue.
Let's don't talk about it.
Just want to get it.
Throw it up there. Throw it up there.
And I had a conversation with Harold, so he kind of knows.
Pardon?
We had a conversation about this, what you were gonna bring back, at least give to me.
Yeah, so the question was, Susie had been hearing the ADU conversations, and if it was part of a strategy that communities are using to deal with the affordable housing attainable. And my answer was yes. If you look nationally, that is one of the strategies that they talk about. And we have information on that. We can send it to all the council.
That's part of what we've been hearing from them as well. So.
Sandy, keep going. Can you put in parentheses there, Governor Polis's new zoning policy, zoned by right? I think that's what he's calling it. Because I think that addresses ADUs, and I would like, before we go into this, I want to know what his policy is going to be, and what makes it to the legislature. Exactly.
What about some things that we've heard from folks that have talked to us before in council, sent us emails to Strider's point 16 years ago, talking about how we would need to have some sort of transportation grid system, something that addresses staff talks about that, whether we do it ourselves or whether we bring RTD into the picture.
Okay.
Since we are, which we should address Huck's ADU, we also should address lands.
Yeah.
Marijuana.
I don't know what that even says. I don't know to play.
Cannabis hospitality.
Yeah, cannabis hospitality.
License?
Yeah, it's licensed.
Okay.
Yeah.
House bill, what was it? We all should know
Yeah.
about
We should all have that memorized.
1230.
Yeah, Sandy, could we say, remove, say local transit, local motorized transit, or micro transit or something, because grid is prescriptive, grid may not be the solution. Micro transit. Or get filtered if
System?
Yeah, because
Is that okay with you, Sean?
That's
And Strider's nodding behind you, so.
Did we ever resolve, I don't think we have, resolved conflicts between the inclusionary housing ordinance that we adopted and what is in our land use codes? Where I can go back to my files and dig out the conflicts. I don't think they have ever been resolved, but maybe I missed something. There was, I think there were to some degree tied into the 11 inclusionary housing issues we were going to deal with once upon a time. We dealt with 9 of them, and I think 2 of them
To that point, Sandy, the governor policies, new zoning policy, that should be land use policy, since that's what it is. Hyphen, governor policies, land use policy. There you go. Because it does address the inclusionary housing and what we need, so that ties in there. Yes.
So we had a conversation a while back with water staff about how we meter, don't really meter similarly, the irrigation of green areas around subdivisions that are along arterials. I know that's one I've gotten from staff before to look at modernizing them.
Can we expand that a little bit and say, looking at our, what is it,
There's free taps, or there's free water for arterial taps, right? So there's that section of the code, and then that ties probably to some of the landscaping standards.
yeah, the landscaping standards, can we bring that all in with landscaping standards and alignment with our sustainability plan? If we can expand that, because that's what we've been talking about, that landscaping standards, free water tap, sustainability plan, septic, we're kind of moving at different places so people think that a little. And that's one that actually lived in our list too. We're actually just talking about it.
Can you look, as long as we're doing the green irrigation, I've always been wondering about school districts. Are they metered for how they irrigate the same as residents or HOAs or?
They're in from a total system, they're in at a commercial level. The school district does have their own raw water, and so they use that in a different way because that's their ownership.
Okay.
So.
All right.
Okay, so when I was in a training with Valerie and you a couple of weeks ago, Harold, we were talking about how we're using Nextlight with cameras and parks and stuff like that. Is there anything that we are in a position that would get us in trouble in regards to filming people and stuff like that in public places, and just making sure that that's not something we should address now, so we keep it?
We have a data governance team that does work on what that privacy looks like, and so we do have a data governance agreement for the cameras and what that looks like, and that's been really good. So,
Well, and if you watched the Dateline show last night, it was actually on Longmont. They were utilizing private cameras, and so between that, when you're in the public space, even with private cameras, it's a different question.
It's a good question.
We talked about septic, and applying that, in 24-hour amenities in parks, I'm sorry, 12 months out of the year amenities in parks. You prevent a lot of crime just by letting people use the restroom in the winter, especially if it's a septic design. Is that?
It's not necessarily an ordinance,
It's not an ordinance?
more operational, but our group that did go to the sunset training in Tampa Bay are bringing back recommendations. on that.
Excellent, okay.
Any other ordinances?
How about pickleball, talking about expanding?
That's an ordinance?
Well, I'm just, what are you, I don't know, I'm just trying to think of how to,
Right, that's division.
I'm just looking like, you know.
Any other ordinances that you feel need to be cleaned up or modernized?
Okay.
I like pickleball too. It's like ping pong.
Because we did get a lot of buy-in for building the kind of neighborhoods that will demonstrate the new style of living that we want to promote. And also because the model of gathering people in big office buildings has kind of collapsed. They need to, be more mixed use than they are. 4.10.010, eliminate the 50% requirement in sub-item E8 in favor of some percentage that's lower, like 5 to 10%. Because office-intensive districts don't exist anymore, but we do need intensively mixed-use neighborhoods.
4.10.
Yeah, 4.10.010.
Eliminate the percentage of what?
There's a 50% requirement for 50%, no more than 50% residential in these mixed-use districts.
Okay.
So zoning code is 15.
Pardon?
Zoning code is 15.
We're talking about, I was trying not to say, I'm talking about residential metro districts.
Oh, okay. Yep. That's exactly what I thought you were talking about in the first sentence.
And it's 50.
Okay.
And it needs to go down because you're not building that way anymore, not building anything that way.
Is this right then, Marcia? Eliminate the percentage of no more than 50% residential and mixed use lower to 5%.
Yeah. A study would be needed to figure out what the right threshold is. We don't want to build purely residential stuff, but figure out what the right mixed use area should be.
Maybe you could figure out the right.
And, there are things like putting in ground source heat exchange subsystems that would need special financing. So it's an important justification for that.
Going once?
We're gonna add, if we can add, and this is probably pretty important, our economic development ordinances.
What would they be?
Yeah. We just have work.
Yeah, we just have everything in 4.72 through 4.79. Eugene and Jim Gold and I have been talking about really the necessity. It's Eugene referred to as a Frankenstein code section, so we'd like to make sure that's really addressing how we want to bring those incentives forward to council. And Jessica, and we started that like before COVID, and so it's been on our minds.
And I should mention in your council packet was a table of other ordinances that we had planned to bring forward. So there were some from public safety, there were some from LPC.
Yeah,
Yeah, there was quite a few from public safety and electric really was the areas that responded to that.
So will they just be coming back to us during those quarters, or?
Those kinds of ordinance changes staff will bring back as operational pieces, yeah. We just wanted to get your brainstorms because you had brought that up.
And to be clear with you all, so obviously we talked about core services, we talked about what your goals are, and then we talked about this. And so the decision-making process is going to be core ordinances related to core services.
Yes.
Your goals, ordinances related to that, and then those that are tangential based on, or that are not, where there's not a direct connection, we will work within our capacity. So some of these are related to housing, so obviously that will slide in there, but some of them that aren't directly touching one of your primary goals, that may have to wait a little bit.
So back to just real quick, when you said some of these would be related to housing, can we review any ordinances regarding substandard housing, the condition of those housing?
The IPMC, the property maintenance code?
Yes.
Sure.
Yeah, I had, it was at the bottom of my list because I couldn't find the ordinances. Our habitability ordinances are like, it can't be fewer than this many square feet, and it can't, the ceilings have to be this tall. The state habitability for a dwelling unit are really weak, like you have to have a toilet and 2 sinks or something. But we could strengthen our habitability ordinances, could we not?
Currently we're adopting the property maintenance code that's part of the family of ICC codes, the international codes, right? Okay. That's what we adopt, that's what Dane and Alexandria inspect to and work through. So I think Glenn and I can talk to them and take a look at that.
Okay, because
we'll have an
what we have now is really weak. You can barely live in it. No air conditioning, no hot water or thing. I mean, it's pitiful.
Okay.
Am I wrong?
I don't know.
Well, we can look.
You have to have running water.
Yeah, you have to have running water, but not necessarily hot.
All right. Now going once. Going twice. Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break to let everyone who is here from the public that has not signed up for public invited to be heard, feel free to do so. Are everybody ready?
Yes.
All right, Ruby, you have the floor.
Okay, my name is Ruby Bowman, 1512 Left-Hand Drive, Longmont. If one drives north on Highway 159 from the town of the San Luis Valley, one will see an imposing mountain, Blanca Peak. This mountain, or Sitijini, is one of the 4 primary sacred mountains of the Navajo people, or the dead. It represents the eastern boundary of the Navajo traditional lands and is part of our creation stories. It is important to me to remind the dead. Just north of Blanca, near the town of Crestone, is a peak in the Sangre de Cristo, named after Kit Carson. Kit Carson was an American soldier who implemented a scorched earth campaign against the Navajo people. He was responsible for carrying out the federal government's plan of rounding up the people and making them walk hundreds of miles from northern Arizona to an internment camp at Bosque Redondo in eastern New Mexico. It's known as the Longmont. The Navajo people suffered immensely, just like the Arapaho and Cheyenne people suffered at Sand Creek. It's an abomination that a peak honoring Kit Carson, a murderer, is near a Navajo sacred mountain. It's an abomination that a street in Longmont is named after John Evans, the one who stoked the fires that brought about the Sand Creek massacre. The city prides itself as being a sister city of the northern Arapaho of Wind River. Please honor that relationship by removing John Evans' name from Longmont forever. And I appreciate Councilmember McCoy bringing this issue to our attention.
Thank you. Mike Schneider.
Hi there, I'm Mike Schnatzmeyer of 69 Hoover Road, and I don't have a prepared statement, I've gotten down a few notes. At first, just like to let everyone know how incredibly thrilled I am at what transpired here today. 15 years ago, when I first spoke to City Council, I addressed them in the council chambers about the imminent threat of a 100-year floodplain, or a flood event that could cause $300 million of damage. How the threat of this was exacerbated by climate change, and how, if they were proactive, they could build a vision for the river corridor as an economic engine for the city and a vital cultural and social heart of the city, going back to the original reason that the Chicago colony came here way back when. So to see the change over these years, and of course we had a flood event that helped accelerate things, you know, for good or for bad, but to see the change, I'd just really like to acknowledge and applaud the City Council for everything they've done, for the citizens, for the staff, for the incredible change and the difference between night and day that I've seen over the past 15 years, and the courage it took of this community, the citizens and particularly the staff, to make that change happen. So I'd just like to acknowledge and really applaud that. It's just night and day, and it's incredible. I would like to add some things to the conversation that I did not see brought into here today. And again, I didn't prepare a statement, I just jotted down some things, but I would like to see more conversation around the issue of systems thinking, because the issues that we're talking about here are complex and they're all intertwined. It's what I would refer to commonly now as the poly crisis, the intertwining of wicked systems like climate change, sustainability, environmentalism, housing, equity, and a couple of things that were not mentioned, the digital revolution and the threat of economic downfall if we don't be proactive around the threat of the digital revolution and the impact that it could have on the jobs and the economy. I'd like to, so a way to address systems thinking, a little more digestible, is the phrase multi-solving. If we can build more walkable, bikeable communities where you don't have to own a car, and you meet the basic human need of being able to live without being forced to own a car, you help address issues like budgetary issues that allow monies
for health and education and all these issues we're talking about. Just quickly, equity, intergenerational equity. We have a moral obligation to provide a livable planet. We have my generation has a moral obligation to provide a livable planet and a flourishing future for next generations and the unborn. And we need to bring that into the conversation around equity. Lastly, housing is a bill that we need to talk about: construction defects law, municipal code, and public wealth funds.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Thank you. I love your passion. The next one is Ryan. You can stay here, Strider.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
It's a long walk.
Yeah, the street name things, some of you were here and remember when we changed Chivington Drive. One of our members was Ernie Greenlee. His grandfather settled in Burlington in 1859, and Chivington's people came through and he was out plowing, and they said, "You're coming with us, you're gonna be one of us." He said, "No, I'm not yet." They put a gun to his head and said, "Yeah, you're coming, get on your horse." That's how they recruited some of the people to engage in Sand Creek Massacre. And once we lost in city council, some of you know who the council was then, and then we got an approval to have a plaque explaining who Chivington was, and then the city council who had voted us down, then they said, "Okay, we'll change the name," because they didn't want the history known. And history, I mean, they've given me nice awards here in Longmont, but they prevented me from speaking for the last couple of years. June Jordan, the Black Lady poet, wrote a book, said some of us did not die. Some of us are still here. I talked to Bernard Lafayette 2 days ago. He was the first SNCC organizer to go into Selma in 1963. We had a good talk, and he said, "I'm going to take Selma and put it on the map of the world," and we did. I led the internal security force for the March on Montgomery. Marched all day and led security all night. And I would like to have a chance to speak someday. But anyway, part of it, digital, next slide. I own my trailer, but I have to rent the land. And they prevent us, violate us from getting Nextlight. We're not allowed to have it because they bribed this, they $500,000 in 2 elections. They won the first election. 2 years later, we defeated them. Everybody else got Nextlight, but not us. We pay 80 times more per service because I live in a trailer, and they're bribing DirecTV and Comcast are bribing the regional landlord. I don't know how much money, but it's big. They lied to us. They said the contract ran out in January and we should get it. No, I changed my mind. I decided, no, we'll steal it for a few more years. And we pay twice as much money for 1/40th of the service. So everybody else gets 80 times more of internet service than we do because we live in a trailer park.
Thank you.
A lot of other things. Thank you.
Thank you, Strider. Ethan. I don't see Ethan. If he comes in, we'll should heal.
Mayor, members of council, and city staff, I want to thank you again for a little bit more of your time. I promise Don won't have to stop me today. I said it yesterday, I'm going to say it again, and I will probably say it again tomorrow. The price of housing is too damn high. This is a choice that we collectively make. We make it every day through decisions and actions big and small. What the permitting office says to a homeowner wanting to do some work themselves. How the council responds to residents who have opinions about the built environment. rules we put on the books or allow to stay on the books about what can be built. Those choices all have rationale to them, sometimes good and sometimes bad, but the most important thing we can do in order to bring down the cost of housing is to examine those choices and revisit the ones that could be different. There is broad public support from a diverse group for re-examining those choices and making better ones. Some of us are here today, but I promise you there are many, many more of us. I say this as someone who is part of a generation filled with anxiety about what the future holds for us, and who desperately want to set down roots in a community that we can afford to live in. I also say that as someone who deeply loves the city and wants it to be the best version of itself that it can be, both for those people who made it what it is today, but also for the people who are going to live here in 100 years. I want to thank everyone in the room for their commitment this year for revisiting these choices on the Land Development Code, the Transportation Code, and a number of other areas, and for the commitment to turn the corner on the cost of housing. It's going to be very exciting to work with you this year to make the city the best version of it.
Thank you, Shaquille. Trish Applewood.
Good afternoon. My name is Trish Applewood. I don't have a prepared speech per se, but I just wanted to really drive home two points that are important to me. One of them is the pedestrian-friendly nature of Longmont as well as housing. First of all, I know that with the Vision Zero plan, it's something that's very important to council. And first I wanted to thank you and the engineering department for installing the crosswalk, the lighted crosswalk at Mountain View and Deerwood. However, as a blind person, I have to travel independently on my own, so I know all of the hazards, even in downtown. There are many, many intersections where there's no paint, no signs, nothing, and people just tear through there. So every day I go downtown, I feel like I'm taking my life in my own hands. And I really have a vision for Longmont as a pedestrian-first community. And so I just really want to drive home the importance of that because it isn't just good for me, it's good for anyone. So, and in particular, I find helpful the flashing lights because they're up at a viewpoint where the drivers can see. So that's what I wanted to say first. Second of all, housing. Longmont has a thriving musician and artist community, and it breaks my heart that it's so difficult for people who are the creative lifeblood of this community to not be able to afford housing. So I would just want to encourage you to look at any ordinances, land use plans, zoning that will provide creative solutions to make housing affordable for everyone, which is really a basic human right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trish. Josie Lewis.
Hey, hi everyone. I am also concerned about housing, and I think imposing a vacancy tax would benefit Longmont, and from the revenue generated from it, we would be able to build even more high-density housing. I was doing research on this, and someone making the median income in Boulder County, which is about $38,000 a year, is not able to afford to rent even the cheapest studio apartment here because they require to make $5,000 more than the median income to even be considered a renter there. I also saw that they, as of this morning, have 45 vacancies in the studio apartments, which is something like 11% of their total units, which is kind of unacceptable. Like, that's not the price being set by the market. If it was, those would be filled. And there would not be so many vacancies. And that's what I think. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. Let's see. Steve? Steph. Thank you.
Yeah. Hello, City Council. I appreciate so much the progress the city has made the past several years in improving bikeability. But as someone who rides their bike around town as a primary means of transport, I feel like there's still some work to be done. Sometimes, like when I was getting downtown by a Third and taking the bike lane abruptly stopped at Sunset. Third and Sunset's also a pretty scary intersection for cyclists for other reasons. People who cannot or do not want to drive a car shouldn't be treated as second-class citizens. And I shouldn't feel punished for doing the right thing of not contributing another car to traffic. So I appreciate the focus on multi-mobility and multimodal transport and walkability. More housing options and walking distance to business, groceries, and cultural amenities would contribute a lot. Please make walking and biking a first-class experience in Longmont.
Audrey.
Thank you, council members, city staff, mayor. I think we need to start building more affordable, sustainable housing that is also multi-generational here in Longmont. Several years ago, I was traveling from work and I met someone named George who was from Greece. We fell into a conversation and he was telling me about his house there. It's a multi-generational 3-story house. It's been in his family for over 100 years. George's parents lived on the first floor. George and his wife lived on the second floor. And his adult daughter and her small family lived on the third and final floor. When George's parents passed, as generations did before them, everyone moved before him. This was a great way to live for them because the older generation could age in place with family members nearby to take care of them. The younger generation benefited from the wisdom and the experience of their older family members. It's better for the environment, it leaves a much smaller footprint than a single family home, and it helps to create generational wealth. We need to start building affordable and sustainable housing in Longmont, and some of it needs to be multi-generational. All of it needs to be walkable and bicycle friendly, with greater public transportation options. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Audrey. Paul Patterson.
I'm Paul Atterson. I believe that we need to build more housing in Longmont. In order to achieve this, zoning laws should be liberalized to allow for more construction of apartment buildings, multiplexes, and townhouses in the city. Minimum parking requirements should also be reduced or eliminated entirely. The population of Colorado grew by almost 15% over the last census period. Every city in the state has an obligation to grow their housing stock to accommodate our new neighbors. If we fail to do this, Colorado will look more and more like California, where homeownership is completely out of reach for vast swaths of the population, and low-income people are displaced from their homes and even their state by the thousands. If we act decisively, however, we can ensure that Longmont remains a stable and welcoming community for people of all income levels. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Taylor Rickland had to leave, but he gave his statement to Santa Cedar, who will read it.
Hey, now I'm Taylor Rickland.
Hey, Taylor, go.
1704 Short Place. I came here to encourage zoning reform by encouraging mixed use in all existing neighborhoods. This can help increase density, be a benefit to the city finances, and increase social cohesion by providing a third place within every neighborhood. Density mixed-use style neighborhoods increases walkability, reduces traffic congestion, and ultimately decreases our impact on the environment, reducing emissions and preserving open space. Let us realize a city that is an organic living organism, and contrary to the envisioned Longmont City places of stability, every neighborhood deserves the ability to have space and necessities within walking distance. Whether a home becomes a doctor's office, small grocery, cafe, farm, studio, gathering space, etc. Give the neighborhood dream, let the neighborhood dream what they can to enhance our living and our liability. Reform zoning setbacks, lot conversion sizes, encourage park maximums, allow lot conversions to densify existing neighborhoods while encouraging infill development in the same zone.
Thank you, Taylor. So I think all of those comments actually put a final okay on what we've been doing for the past 2 days, because that's exactly what we've been addressing.
Very good. Thanks for being here. So we're going to wrap this up. Harold's going to wrap it up for us with what he heard today. And then we'll do a real quick evaluation, what worked for folks and what they would change for the next year.
So I think it is a good wrap up what we heard. When we started with how do we look at our goals, meaning the councils and the staffs collectively, and what it looks like?
Harold, I don't know what that is, and I can't get it to stop. Stop it. Escape. Stop. Is it escape? Brilliant. I was just trying to hit full screen.
So, as we were working through this, yesterday we spent a lot of time talking about what we were dealing with internally as staff, and we talked about the importance of core services. And then you all, as we started moving through the discussion, said, equity, sustainability, and safety are things that we have to incorporate within the DNA of the organization. And so for me, Valerie was putting this together real time as we were going. That's the foundation of the house. And your house is always as strong as your foundation. And then you all added the walls of housing for all, early childhood care and education and transportation. And then we had STEAM there that you talked about, which really is that last piece of the puzzle, which is the roof. And so, and overriding all of this is how we're working with climate action and what we're doing. So this was our visual representation of what you all talked about. And I wanted to just affirm that with you all to say, is this what you all were saying? And I'm not going to go over the details that you have, we just finished this, but this is the agreement that we're coming to as a collective to say this is what we're going to work on over the next year.
What's going to make it?
Excellent. I like the visual there.
Good work.
It's easy.
It's great having all of these folks, because if you see us all chatting and moving, we're reacting to what you all are saying and building different components. So
Real time, as you would say.
real time. I mean, it's real time. So I just want to say thanks to you, thanks to all the staff that have been here for 2 days. I will say in my 20 plus years of this profession and going through it, this is probably the first time that it really has been, for me, a goal setting session where it's really the collective working through this. And I want to thank you for your understanding of the core services and the challenges that we're facing in today's world as staff and what we're doing. I think we have a really, you have highlighted our future with laser focus.
I really like this.
Yeah, which for us, what that does is it gives us something manageable that we can wrap our arms around and we can really start driving forward with pace. And I just think as we continue to move forward, as things are coming forward, my commitment is as things come forward from a staff perspective, if it's not in this arena, I will be managing that. As we see things come forward that could distract us from this, I think we have to collectively manage that because we can very quickly spin out and not be able to focus like we need to on this.
So can we take that graphic and blow it up and post it in the council chamber? So every time a squirrel comes along or whatever, disruptor, we can say, how does it contribute to building out this house, versus supporting it, or growing our impact on, or reducing our impact on climate?
So I was going to also ask where will this PowerPoint and information will be presented to the general public at some point?
That's a great question. So first off, Marika has already changed your vision statements on the city council webpage. Oh, wow. So those are already in place right now. I believe the next step is for Harold to bring back a more complete goal and metric document back out to you all. All of these materials we could certainly post back up. Is that correct, Dawn? Could we add them to something?
Sorry, what?
All these materials, could we add them to something? All the presentations?
They go into the references.
They go into the, there you go. So that goes into the references system, except the giant poster that we will make sure that we put into the
And Eric is sending you all my presentation, just if you're ever asked, you can see sort of how we work through Friday's conversation, because I think that's important information for you all. So that if people are asking you to do things, you can always refer to that and say, here's what's going on.
And I understand that it's going to go into the archives, but I think for maybe even a couple of weeks, it would be harmful to have on some sort of link in there, just because then people can access it and it can become a discussion point if they come up and talk to us. council, and that the ease of finding it is always valuable.
Certainly one of the things that I think I heard was communication stuff for you all to have. That you can either hand out to residents or that you can have in your back pocket that really remind you of today's issue. We'll certainly work on that as well.
And that's a reformatting with us internally, so I've already talked to, this is shifting our communication plan as we're looking at this and what you want.
So Harold, you're really good at this, but I want you to continue that when you have to pivot from any of our pillars, or please let us know, so that we can also tell that to our residents.
Certainly
This
some
is
regular
on hold
reporting
for these reasons.
Yeah, and I think having, we call them disruptors.
Yeah.
I think having a conversation on real, again, as disruptors are occurring, we're having that conversation to say, here's this disruptor, here's what it's going to be.
I think, certainly what I'm recognizing is that we didn't provide particularly great, hey, here's what's happening in each of these months or quarterly or some sort of reporting so that you can follow along. We'll do better than that.
Who's going back to the civic center?
Eventually.
You take this to Stephanie.
Oh.
She said she wanted a donut.
I would be happy to take that piece of that, yes. Marcia?
Well, I was just gonna say, this is such a great visual. If STEAM is kind of a code word at this point, if we change that to public amenities or even the third place, we should post it all around the city. It's not just inside of the council.
We'll kick this to our communications group.
Yeah.
So they can work with the graphics. This was, again, Valerie moving fast.
I think we did that house.
I hope we do. Or I hope someone else does.
Naming STEAM so that it makes sense to.
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, so retreat evaluation. So you're at the end. What are things that worked well and things that you would like to see different for next?
The only thing that I can see is this room is absolutely great, but in my classroom, I have this little microphone that goes around my neck in a lanyard form, so I don't have to speak up, and it's really, really handy because I just can click it on, click it off, and that sort of thing. And so now I don't have a teacher voice anymore, like some may have, because of the fact that I don't have to have that. And that would be so useful for this room in the first place, and everything. And then they have a microphone, and it's an outfit that does this. I can see when I get back to my classroom if I can sit it on to because
That'd be great.
it's really slick.
Yeah, thank you. Great. And especially one for public paper.
I'd say you were well prepared. You did a nice job of getting ready. Sandy, I don't know if I've said this publicly before, I don't know if I've ever been in sessions like this that are any better facilitating than what you do, so I appreciate that. And I appreciate the fact how you two teamed up to adjust and adapt in real time as the conversation unfolded. And then all the presentations from the staff, but there was a lot of activity going on.
Choice of food was great.
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah.
Food
was great.
Yeah.
I would like to stop and give a round of applause for Erica. Erica's first retreat, and I think she nailed it. Yeah.
And she was managing me in the process.
Oh, that's
tough. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's right. What else? Either side.
I thought that we, as a council, interacted with staff very well with each other, and I think this was, for all the retreats I've gone to, the best. Kudos to staff.
Yeah, great. And to you.
You all.
Yeah, well, the work you did with Sal was not easy work.
I don't know about anyone else, but I did like the 2 days.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I was about to say, this was a really good pace. And,
I didn't go home, I'm not gonna go home today thinking, oh, I wish I would have said that, or, oh, we can address this issue.
Any other feedback? Everybody around the table, I wish we could have a bigger table because we have a lot of people in the back that, you know, are really contributing every break. I was like stopping by to see someone. So if there's some way to do more of that in the future, a bigger rounder table, because having you guys across facing us was great. I can hear no difference.
I do agree with the microphones.
Yeah.
I am hearing issues.
Yeah, me too.
And there were times it was hard for me.
Well, all right. Well, then, Mayor, I think you're ready to adjourn.
I don't even think you have to vote.
Very good. Thank you all. Have a great day.